Good morning. Welcome to our regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We will begin with a pledge of allegiance led by me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will note that it's rare that a commissioner's birthday actually falls on a commission meeting day, but it is Commissioner Mark Gardner's birthday today. Let's say happy birthday. Happy birthday. I won't make you sing. I thought about it. But there we go. All right. We will begin with our opening public comment. This is for matters that are not on the agenda, or if you can't be here later when the agenda item is taken, you can speak to it in opening public comment. We limit all public comment to 3 minutes, and this box will help you stay on track. After 2.5 minutes, the yellow light will go on, and you'll hear a beep, and at 3 minutes, you'll hear more beep, and the red light will go on. There are some other restrictions that are noted in the agenda regarding public comment, but basically your comment needs to be limited to things that are within our jurisdiction and control as a county commission. With that, I will open public comment and welcome you to the podium. Ms. Waller, welcome.
I'm not shy. Good morning. There are some prevailing issues with the South Shore Area Plan and now the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan.
Can we get your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll start over. Ellie Waller, good morning. There are some prevailing issues with the South Shore Area Plan and now the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan as related to transparency, stakeholder identification, and lack of outreach and requested participation of those most affected, in my opinion. I painstakingly read and have reread every page of the public records request information provided to me by Mr. Tibbetts, a Lake Tahoe resident. I'm astounded at the lack of decorum among staff and dialogue with Barton's attorney and employees and what I call outsiders that are influencing our area plans. Is this just shameful, or does it lend to what is ethical and what is not? A few examples. Public records requests produced several emails in 2022 about Barton Health and Douglas County Community Development meetings and repeated quarterly breakfast meetings in 23 and 24 with invitees including CEO of Barton, members of his staff, 2 or 3 of the same Board of County Commissioners, and other staff. My comment, these meetings were occurring long before Barton had submitted any kind of project, that these meetings are therefore the cart way before the horse and garnering support and looks to be biased in favor of Barton and less than transparent since the public was never informed before we got the PRR email documents. Next document, Douglas County staff to applicant's attorney. I thought you may want to know that Oliver Park has retained an attorney to represent it on the impacts of Barton project. Why is this communication okay? Douglas County staff to Barton attorney. FYI, UGG takes so much time to address and it's constant. No one truly understands the process. My comment, this speaks volumes. There's been a process breakdown since the inception of the South Shore Area Plan and now the Douglas County Area Plan with lack of information allowing citizens to understand how to contribute to their future with meaningful comments. Lastly, Douglas County staff amongst Douglas County staff. Oh my God, girl, you have no idea. This item is very contentious. You would think Barton was wanting to build an insane asylum. Why is this okay? Douglas County needs to be in charge and take responsibility for the Tahoe Township projects and area plans, in my opinion. I've been saying that for a long time. You need to draft and execute the approval of the required TRPA Memorandum of Understanding so residents have a fair shake and opportunity to address their elected officials instead of being roughshod by a group of outsiders that have controlled their destiny for too many years, in my opinion. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Christensen.
Rachel Christensen, Ruinsroth resident. I'm following up on the previous communication regarding Douglas County's actions concerning Ruinsroth residents and the local management to add to the record. The excerpts below from Douglas County Stormwater Facilities Operation and Maintenance Plan, August 2018, which is included in this agenda packet today, appear to contradict the county's current approach to drainage maintenance in Ruinsroth. The document indicates the county is responsible for drainage maintenance outside of the towns and GIDs and emphasize the priority on preventing property damage. The key points of this agenda packet, page 226 through 237. A major component of the FEMA CRS program is the inspection and maintenance of drainage system with particular attention paid to the areas of development where parcels are less than 5 acres in size and have infrastructure such as storm drains and ditches, detention, retention basins, natural water courses, irrigation canals. These areas are inspected and maintained if needed to prevent debris blockages that would result in flooded buildings or damaged infrastructure. 1.2, responsibilities for drainage maintenance. Drainage maintenance in the area of the county outside of the towns and GID is performed by Douglas County, state specifically. Responsibilities for the county's stormwater facilities fall under the Public Works Department. Maintenance priority. The plan requires inspection and maintenance if needed to prevent debris blockages that would result in flooded buildings or damaged infrastructure. Citizen complaints. Individual site inspections will be conducted in response to citizen complaints and/or drainage service requests. Priority high maintenance. This work's included any facilities where needed maintenance inhibits a resident's access to their property. This work will be initiated as soon as resources are available. Maintenance responsibility. The ongoing concerns are maintenance responsibility. The documentation never specifies maintenance as the property owner's responsibility. Rather, it clearly outlines the county's responsibilities. County has stated multiple times they do not know who's responsible for maintenance of Smelter Creek and have told property owners for decades they could not touch Smelter Creek. Ignored requests. Requests for maintenance and assistance from residents have been repeatedly and explicitly dismissed for years. Targeting of Ruinsroth residents. Residents in Ruinsroth are unfairly targeted and forced to sign a legal release. This release would prevent them from ever suing the county for past and future actions, forces them to take responsibility for maintenance, which is not required of any other county residents. What happens if one of these select few county residents is required to sign this document is hit by a county dump truck? They can't sue the county because of this document. Ignored requests. Requests for this maintenance, as I've already discussed, were completely ignored. I firmly believe these actions contradict the county's maintenance plan. Mr. Tarkanian, Mr. Tolbert, if you'd like to talk to me during break, I would love to catch you up on the
Your time is
situation.
up, ma'am.
If not, I'll bring it up during the stormwater
Thanks.
comment.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Sandy Howard. I live in Ruinsroth. And the disaster and devastation on September 25th, many of us will never forget. The aftermath, we struggled with coping to try and figure out what to do and how to move forward. We looked to the county for guidance, resources, and a solution. Instead, we were met with lies, gaslighting, and outright disrespect. Some of us were mocked, insulted, and even laughed at. County commissioners are elected by the people, for the people, and a few have failed, deeply disappointing me. You even had the audacity and our despair to scold us, and I find that behavior disgusting. I hope you can take this constructive criticism and find it in your heart to show empathy and a doable solution for the issues out in Smelter Creek. I will be asking for an extension on the dumpster bins from Douglas Disposal, as I've already gone through about 15 of them, and I haven't even touched my front yard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. I think I got that right, Ms. Howard? Yeah.
Good morning, Brett Tibbetts. A while back, I submitted a public records request to the county dealing with Barton Hospital and the county's dealing with the proposed hospital at State Line. I submitted this request because it seemed to me there was a backroom deal to approve this hospital long before the public knew about it or before plans were even submitted, that the planning department seemed to be pushing this through instead of reviewing it, and that there appeared to be collusion between the planning department and Barton to get this thing through. Here is a small sampling, a microcosm of what we received from the county. Email between planning department managers. Quote, I responded to Kirk and explained that we don't want a big crowd at the Barton Kale community meeting, end quote. Next email, between planning department manager and Barton attorney about the Barton Kale community meeting. Quote, kind of a wingnut convention, referring to the public. Next email, email between planning department managers on prospect of Tahoe South Shore area community plan meeting being at the lake in response to planning commission response. Quote, honestly, it would cause more problems if we moved the meeting to the lake. Next email. Quote, what is sad is that Kirk doesn't understand how irrelevant the Planning Commission meeting is in the big scheme of things, end quote. Next email, between Planning Department managers on Planning Commission chairman's ideals for the meeting. Quote, oh good Lord, shoot me now. Next email from the Planning Department and the Barton attorney about Douglas County residents' public complaint submission. Quote, thanks, Kate. Fear and fiction on steroids. Reply, quote, I have shared with Clint Purvance to ensure he shares images to refute those grossly exaggerated images from the public. Next email, from Planning Department Manager to Douglas County Employee Group. Quote, this is definitely a project we need and want to get done, end quote, before a project is even submitted. Next email, from Barton Attorney to Planning Manager. You are doing a great job. Thanks for your help in getting this through. Next email, from Planning Manager to Barton CHO, to the Barton CEO, the Planning Manager. We will be a great team. So I ask you, is this what you want? Is this good government? Is this planning? Or is it a backroom deal? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Mr. Slade.
Jim Slade. In the county handouts for the stormwater workshops, it shows that the historical stormwater events going back all the way to 1860. The first alluvial flash flood doesn't appear until 1991, 131 years later. Then there are 5 more in the subsequent 34 years. That same handout explains why there were no reported alluvial flash floods prior to 1991, stating that it was, quote, largely due to the limited amount and location of development in the area. In the 70s and 80s, previous boards of county commissioners began to approve developments in the known paths of alluvial flash floods. That was the root cause of issues facing the county today regarding stormwater. Those boards did not require the developer to build adequate detention ponds to reduce the impact of flash flooding, nor did they require impact fees to build infrastructure to prevent future flooding. The county did nothing to address the risk to residents, even after 3 alluvial flash floods in 4 years between 1991 and 94. Nor did they slow down approval of developments in areas prone to flash flooding. In fact, in this century, They approved two of the largest developments in the county, both at risk for flash flooding. The first being the 1,000 homes in Virginia Ranch. The second, of course, was the worst decision in county history, the transfer of receiving area to the Carson Valley with an agreement to allow up to 2,500 homes, turning existing ag land into a vast residential area. The county stormwater issues have been caused mainly by developers who have profited greatly from it with the blessing of the county, yet those developers have not been required to pay for any of the proposed infrastructure, not decades ago and not now. Instead, the county is proposing that all residents should pay for these projects, which is the furthest thing from equitable. The Stormwater Master Plan states, quote, "The communities at the base of the Pine Nuts have a history of flash floods, and flooding issues have become more prevalent and costlier to maintain and clean up. That plan in several places addresses the Community Rating System, or CRS, which is currently Class 6. Only 13% of CRS communities in the U.S. have a better rating than 6. The county, though, wants to improve our rating in order to save those with flood insurance an additional 5% on their premiums. But at what cost? And why should everyone help with that? Residents living in wildland-urban interface have seen their homeowners' rates rise by far more than 5%, but the county hasn't seemed to be the least bit concerned about that. The board needs to determine a truly equitable way to finance those projects that primarily benefit only one area in the county. And you need to heed this history as you consider how to address stormwater issues. I appreciated the last comments, but I'm shocked to hear that staff is biased in favor of developers.
Good morning. Julie Duda. In theory, enterprise funds sound like a good option. In reality, they add stress and financial challenge to residents. They are the #1 most egregious form of tax in this county and circumvent property tax caps. These fees allow salary benefit cost allocation with little or no oversight. Douglas County levies the maximum property tax increase. This creates financial stress for many property owners. I've researched enterprise funds and have specific data from the last few years on fee increases. To be clear, these are not all the increases, just the most recent. 60% fee increase October 2023 MG Sanitation Enterprise. 25% fee increase July 2024 Minden Trash Enterprise. 35% fee increase July 2025 Gardnerville Trash Enterprise. I'd like to repeat that. 60% fee increase, MG Sanitation. 25% fee increase, Minden Trash. 35% fee increase, Gardnerville Trash. The lack of regulation, oversight, and financial stewardship is egregious. Paying outside consultants to research options is like putting a fox in charge of the hen house. The preferred option is a sales tax increase, in my opinion. As county commissioners responsible for representing residents, enterprise funds must not be an option. Support the common good and take a stand against enterprise funds.
Is there any other public comment this morning?
Good morning, Russell Byington, president and owner of Gillespie Land and Livestock. Ranchers have been around this valley for years upon years. We've been dealing with these floodwaters. We've been dealing with these high waters. All these other people have just moved in here and they complain. It went through my yard. It went through my house. It went through my business. What do you think a rancher is? The best way I can put it to you is my land is a large backyard. How do you feel when the water goes through your backyard and ruins your landscaping? Secondly, it's a business to us. It's how we support our families, our friends, and this community. When it runs through there, it damages our business. How do you feel when it runs through your business? Yet we are willing to take that water and try to move it across the land and move it where we can to help not impact others that live in this valley. So when you start thinking about this, think about who else you're impacting besides yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other public comment?
Hello. I'm a Runestroth resident,
And your name?
Jacqueline Paris. I'm a Runestroth resident, and my house particularly does not get affected by this, but I am the one that shows up and helps rescue all the animals. The issue I have with this is we moved out to Runestroth because we don't want the county in our backyard. If you purchased a house in the path of the water, that's on you. You should have looked at your sales deeds. I have to keep my culverts clean to make sure the water flows through my property. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, you shouldn't have purchased that. Don't bring the county into our neighborhood when we all move there to keep them out. We don't want anyone messing with our stuff. So if you don't like it, I'm sorry. That's on you. That's not a county responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for rescuing. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and turn to agenda item 4, approval of agenda.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Gardner.
move for the approval of the proposed agenda as presented.
10:30. To be
What-
at 10:30. What time did
So,
you start?
sir, I'll tell you, that was opening public comment. We are not to the stormwater agenda item yet.
When does that start?
That starts, it'll probably be about 11. It won't be before 10:30.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Gardner.
Okay, sorry. Anyways, I move, once again, I move for the approval of the proposed agenda as presented.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Tolbert to approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Agenda item 5, we will recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. Agenda item 6 for possible action, discussion on an on-site unrestricted retail liquor license with an entertainment endorsement for Bayou Bites, represented by owner Jeremy Morrow. Jeremy Morrow has signed his waiver of notice of hearing. Bayou Bites is located at 1281 Kimmerling Road, Suite 11, Gardnerville, Nevada 89460. I will note that we have Jeremy Morrow here with us today with his parents, and it's good to have you here. Under Sheriff Elgus.
Thank you, ma'am. Under Sheriff Ron Elgus for the record. We reviewed the license and we're not contesting the license.
Any questions? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I recommend the approval of the on-site unrestricted retail liquor license and entertainment endorsement for Bayou Bites as presented.
It's been moved by Commissioner Tolbert and seconded by Sheriff Coverly that we approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ah, Commissioner Rice.
Hello,
Have you with us?
I am.
Yay. All right, so it carries unanimously with the vote of 6.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Morrow, we congratulate you and we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Did you bring samples?
All right. We are on the consent calendar. Is there a motion? Oh, well, we will adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board. Consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as is.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Rice, that we approve the consent calendar. Agenda items. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Agenda item 9, we will skip because there's no pulled items from the consent. And number 10, for presentation only, presentation by the Nevada Association of Counties, who we call NACO, regarding an overview of NACO and updates and answers to any questions the county commissioners may have. We have with us Vincent Guthrow, the executive director, and we have
We also
Jen-
have Amy Hines Sutherland, who is the manager of Health and Human Services. Did I get that right? Oh my gosh. Okay.
I knew you weren't Jennifer Berthaim, so welcome. Thank you for being here.
Are these just on? Okay. I think Jennifer helped coordinate our visit with you, so maybe that's why her name. And I know she's watching, but thanks for having us. Yeah, as you mentioned, Chair, my name is Vincent Guthrow. I serve as the Executive Director of NACO, or the Nevada Association of Counties, and to my left here is...
Could you lean into the microphone just a little bit louder?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, for the record, my name is Vincent Guthrow. Sorry, I'm in session mode still. Thanks for the invitation today, Vincent Guthrow. I'm the Executive Director of NACO, or the Nevada Association of Counties. Really appreciate the time on the agenda this morning. To my left is Amy Hines Sutherland. She is NACO's Health and Human Services Manager. We'll touch on her position today and sort of her role at NACO and what she does for counties, specifically Douglas County. The permanency of her role is sort of new to NACO, so we'll have her spend a little bit of time on that if that's okay. Most of you that are up there, we have talked to you before. You're heavily engaged in NACO and Douglas County. We really appreciate your membership in NACO. You help us become a 100% state, which every county is a member of NACO, which helps us on a litany of levels. One, it helps us at the national level. That helps us advocate at the federal level. I think Nevada is sort of unique in the sense that the federal government impacts us, I think, sort of acutely, not only through federal land ownership here in the state, but I think we're sort of a microcosm for the rest of the country. And so their policies tend to affect us, I think, greatly or in a more significant way than other states. So that impact, that 100%, that representation at the national level is much needed. So today I thought, yes, we would touch a little bit on what NACO does. As you know, since all of you are sort of involved, we won't spend too much time on that. Touch a little bit on our advocacy efforts and sort of what's, I know we're sort of down the road here. Touch a little bit about sort of the outcome of session, the legislative session from this year, and sort of what NACO does on that end. And we'll talk quite a bit about. We'll touch a little more on what the National Association of Counties does. So I want to start with our board of directors, sort of how we're governed. Commissioner Gardner, he is one of your representatives. So each county has one representative on the NACO board. Commissioner Gardner, as I mentioned, is one. He serves in a leadership position on NACO, and then Commissioner Tolbert also sits on the NACO board and represents the Douglas County on the Nevada Association of Counties board. Commissioner Gardner also sits. He was elected by the NACO board to be one of our two representatives to the National Association of Counties board. So because of that, Douglas County gets two representatives on the state association board. So that's why you have two. So Commissioner Gardner next year will be the NACO president. He sits as the vice president. Our current NACO president is Commissioner Andriozzi from Elko County. We have Commissioner Andriola from Washoe County, who is who serves as our. Commissioner Gardner is our president-elect, and then we have Commissioner Andriola as our vice president, and then we have an at-large member. It's Commissioner Kirkpatrick, and then we have past President Supervisor Giomi from Carson City. That rounds out our executive committee. Ultimately, we have 23 members of the NACO board that we all serve and that sort of guide and govern NACO. We also have affiliate members. Those are your sort of individual elected, so your clerks, your treasurers, your recorders. They have non-voting seats on our board, and we coordinate a lot with them during session. I know your clerk treasurer here in Douglas County, we worked with her a lot during session. I won't look at her because we'll start laughing, but we worked a lot on elections bills this session. So very familiar with that coordination that we do at NACO, especially, like I said, during the legislative session. I do want to talk a little bit about staff before I formally introduce Amy and give you just a little bit of the staff that we added at NACO. But I just give a little bit of context and a little bit of background behind this position. So in 2024, the NACO board approved the creation of a permanent health and human services manager position at NACO. That currently, as I mentioned, that role is filled by Amy Hines Sutherland. There are a couple of reasons for that position being created. One is we kept hearing from our counties around the need for more health and human services, more robust health and human services support for the human service administrator roles. Frankly, our counties are growing. I think the nomenclature used to be that we had two urban centers and then 15 rural counties. And I think for the most part, our counties have kept their sort of culture and way of life. But we have some suburban counties, and we have some rural counties, and we have some urban counties. So our counties are changing, and we are responding to those changes at NACO, and hopefully hopefully supporting and serving you so that you can serve your communities well. Secondly, on the advocacy front, the way that NACO advocates and our interactions with legislators, primarily outside of a lot of the county fiscal side of things and administration, really revolves around the health and human services and social services side of things. So really the need on the policy advocacy side had become pretty robust on the health and human services front. So if it's okay, Chair, I'd like to ask Amy just to sort of talk a little bit about her role at NACO. This was initially a partnership with the state. My predecessor initiated a grant with the state, and so we had some funding there, and now the position is permanent. So if it's okay, I'd like Amy to just talk a little bit about it.
Could you stop for just a moment while we close the doors? Because we're getting a lot of noise from
Great.
Okay, and it's hard to concentrate.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Of course. As soon as I'm done, right?
Are we okay?
We're waiting. Just wait for them.
Shake.
Okay.
I think she's coming. Ms. Bergens, are you coming? Oh, we wanted to hear from you.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Amy as in the left of
Amy.
me. Sorry.
I was a little distracted
Is
trying
there
to
another
manage
Amy?
this.
We'll get-
All right.
sorry.
I am sorry. Go
We
ahead.
don't want you to miss this.
Amy
no, I'm
Hines
just kidding.
Sutherland.
I'm kidding. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
All
about
right.
that.
I think we're okay now.
Name confusion. Go ahead.
So hello, I'm Amy, Amy Hines Sutherland. I serve as NACO's Health and Human Services Manager. My role at NACO is really to support you and your staff with research, policy analysis, technical assistance for health and human services programs, and then really significantly state agency coordination for human services, public health, and behavioral health. So each county has different needs in each of these areas, and it's really my job to be an extension of your staff and make sure that I'm meeting the needs and the requests that they bring. Much of this work over the past 3 years has focused on state agency coordination and also on funding, such as advocating for new state funding for local public health, creating more transparency around state budgets and assessments, and supporting with opioid abatement funding and plans. So here in Douglas County, with the recent restructuring of the State of Nevada Health and Human Services and the creation of the Nevada Health Authority, we've been coordinating with your staff and Medicaid leadership to get clarity on the invoice methodology for the county match program, understand costs, and then also coordinate on county assessments, including those for youth alternative placement. So that's the China Springs and Aurora Pines facilities. In addition to county-specific support based on your staff's needs, as the statewide association supporting counties, we focus on collective coordination and statewide infrastructure improvement. So this year, for example, we hosted a workshop with counties in the state of Nevada's Adult Protective Services team, and this led to the development of a template MOU for state-local coordination to better support vulnerable adults. Upcoming in early 2026, we'll be hosting a workshop series on rural child welfare, together with leadership from the State of Nevada Division of Child and Family Services, or DCFS. DCFS is the state agency that serves Douglas County in the child welfare space. These workshops will be to identify short-term and long-term goals for improvement or opportunities for improvement of the system. When it's our goal to really include better coordination between state and local programs and supports, and also greater transparency of the for your program and fiscal staff regarding the child welfare services that you pay assessments for. And really, in the case of Douglas County, also helping the other counties understand the China Springs and Aurora Pines facilities and what they have to offer. So we also meet regularly with Nevada Medicaid and the Division of Social Services leadership. That was prior DWIS, or the Division of Medicaid, or Division of Welfare and Supportive Services. They've rebranded as of the last legislative session. So we meet with them to improve county-state coordination on the Medicaid match program. We hosted 2 workshops on that in 2025. And we continue to work on the process improvement opportunities that were identified through those workshops. And last but not least, I do want to briefly mention National NACO and also our National Association of County Human Service Administrators. So new this year through your NACO membership, we secured statewide membership in the National Association of County Human Services Administrators. This is really helpful to your staff because they can receive real-time updates from national NASHA leadership on federal legislation discussions that impact safety net programs. So things like the Community Services Block Grant, Social Services Block Grant, Medicaid, SNAP, with the recent shutdown, and then also with passage of new legislation or new budgets in July. It was really helpful to have these up-to-date, on-the-ground analyses of what counties, and Douglas County in particular, can expect in those programs. It also gives Nevada a seat on the national board, and that national board helps to develop advocacy priorities for county human services across the country. Additionally, as Vincent shared, the National Association of Counties is another benefit of being a member. They have a number of efforts in the health and human services space that you can tap into. A really important one I want to mention is the NACO Opioid Solutions Network. And so National NACO was an early advocate for getting counties tools that they needed to best utilize their opioid litigation funding. And they really came out with a number of toolkits and briefs to help counties understand what kinds of programs does it make sense for local governments to take on, and how can we learn from other counties' mistakes, but also successes, and provide some guidance in that regard. National NACO also has numerous toolkits for other health and human services areas, such as child welfare, home visiting programs, the county role in long-term care, public health, you name it. So in addition to connecting your staff and you all with those national resources, we can work on really specific things that Douglas County needs support with. So thank you for your time today. I'll pass it back to Vincent and happy to answer questions.
Thank you. In addition to Amy's role, we have additional staff at NACO. We have a government affairs manager who works extensively, obviously during session, but also in the interim. Jennifer Berthium, who some of you know, and she's also in the interim is in Southern Nevada. So we have a statewide presence on our government affairs team, and she's up here during session, obviously every day. During that time, we have a natural resources. We have it as a contracted position at the moment through Resource Concepts. Inc., and then myself, and we have an office manager who also does our conference planning. So that rounds out our staff of 5 for NACO. At NACO as well, our goal is to serve as a forum for collaboration and a way for commissioners to sort of learn from each other. And we do that in a number of ways. We hope that through collaboration, you can address common county issues that pop up across the state, and find ways to come together to serve your communities on a daily basis. We accomplish, like I mentioned, we accomplish that in a number of ways. One of that is through our board meetings. We have one next week. We average those about probably on a monthly basis. Usually, we have a variety of things on our board agendas. For instance, at our board meeting last month, we created a new committee around cooperative extension. Counties are the largest funder of cooperative extension, and I know there's a statewide committee that is ran through the system of higher education around cooperative extension, but this is really a county-driven committee to talk about those programs at the community level, given the funding share that we have for that program. Also to talk about the governor's housing bill and some of the funding available to smaller jurisdictions. It will be a focus on smaller jurisdictions. That was Assembly Bill 540 from the last session. Another way that we do that is through our annual conference. So this year that took place in Clark County. Really robust conference, well attended. I think most folks were pleased with the outcome of that. A lot of forward thinking workshops and learning discussions took place in that. You all have the honor of hosting that conference in 2026. That will prove, I'm sure, to be a great event. We are in the early planning stages of that with you, and look forward to having another successful event, and really appreciate you, Commissioner Gardner, and the whole Douglas County team stepping up for that, and look forward to working with you all on that. So September 22nd and the 24th of next year. So looking forward to that. We also host, I know Amy mentioned a few, but we also host policy roundtables throughout the year as things sort of come abreast. We also, this year, have pre-scheduled 4 educational workshops throughout the year, trying to get those on the calendar once every quarter, and working on those to provide educational resources to counties and county staff. And we really strive to be a central point of resources for counties and educational opportunities. A good source of that is our weekly newsletter that we send out. Really a good one-stop shop for information, whether that's coming out through the National Association of Counties, whether it's things that has popped up here at the state locally, and also our website is a great source of information. We have a public health page there, and we house a lot of information on there. The workshops that we do throughout the year, we video and record and post those on our website. Sort of turning the page, another thing that we do at NACO is obviously we advocate primarily at the state level. As you know, this was a legislative year. The legislature here meets once every 2 years for 120 days. Although we did just finish a special session, sort of looking at the outcomes there. We had some wins in the area of traffic safety, analyzing some negative impacts, I think, from that session. Actually, still getting our arms around those. So one of the main things that NACO focuses on is legislative policy advocacy for counties, and we do work year-round to engage on those issues for counties. We do monitor interim committees and regulatory hearings and various agency meetings. I know we're sort of down the road, so I don't want to spend a ton of time on the details of every bill, but I do want to sort of give some quick highlights and sort of top of line things that NACO worked on. I know that that your county has an individual advocate also that works on your behalf, so I'll do some sort of NACO just top of line stats of things that we worked on. We reviewed, between Amy and myself and Jennifer, we reviewed about 1,200 bill draft requests. About half of those had some impact on county operations or fiscal impacts to county operations. We do this in a number of ways also as we track legislation throughout session. NACO has a legislative committee, which is open to all county staff and elected officials. This committee meets throughout the year, and then we meet weekly through throughout session, sort of navigate bills, and the NACO board empowers them to help us navigate some of those positions or keep an eye out on things that may impact counties. NACO introduced 4 bills this session. We get 5, and then 2 of those passed. Ultimately, we tracked about 500, about a little over 400 bills this session that had varying impacts on county operations. A couple of major themes that emerged this year: a lot of elections bills this session. Ultimately, some pretty egregious ones, I think. Worked pretty extensively, again, with your clerk here in Douglas County and others, especially some of the operational and really unattainable operational impacts that would have happened to our smaller jurisdictions around we don't get involved in the politics of elections, but we do get involved in the operations of elections at NACO, and there was some pretty significant, there would have been some pretty significant impacts to impacts. Also, criminalizing our elections officials and I think was problematic. Those bills are eventually vetoed, so that was helpful. So, and NACO worked, extensively on those, certainly a team effort, and want to thank your elections officials, especially here in Douglas County, on their work as well. So I think the other theme that I would say that came up, so 1.5 themes, let's say. The legislature really undertook what I would call a lot of neighborhood issues this session. They undertook things around county cemeteries, of all things. I know Amy actually worked pretty extensively on that bill throughout session. They also had AB 415, which addressed issues around abandoned vehicles. We actually supported that measure. I think that was a pretty good solution to an outdated problem or an outdated bill that probably needed some updates. Help us deal with blight and that type of thing. But they undertook things on local tax policy, land use, neighborhood zoning. We expect to see more of that, frankly. It's not all bad, but we certainly need to put the county input there, because that does get into some unique things that I think are probably better delivered at the local level. So we'll continue to have those conversations with the legislature. I think ultimately our takeaway from session is that myself at NACO, our government affairs team, and individual county lobbyists very, very concerned at the start of session, especially fiscal impacts. But I think we came out, again, regular session came out much better than we originally feared. So that is my sort of quick and dirty on session. I'm happy to take questions there and just move on to national NACO stuff, and then we'll wrap up. But I'm happy to take questions there because I know it is a lot. So. Great, I'll move on. I did it all. So just a couple more minutes. I really appreciate the time. So I know there's a lot to NACO. I just want to make sure I get it all out. I know there's a lot here, and then we'll wrap up. So I appreciate it. So just one last item here, and I do want to talk about the National Association of Counties. Mostly because you have direct Douglas County representation on that board. Again, as I mentioned at the beginning, Commissioner Gardner has a seat on the National Association of Counties board. His colleague on the NACO board, Commissioner Kirkpatrick from Clark County, is our other representative. And they helped craft the American Counties platform, which is the guiding platform for how they lobby on Capitol Hill. And the National Association of Counties is a pretty significant lobbying force on Capitol Hill. They have been responsible for some pretty significant wins, I think, on Capitol Hill and they are very helpful. They most recently, with the federal government shutdown, they developed a toolkit around the federal government shutdown that was constantly updated, helping counties navigate that, whether funding was being moved around or shifted or funded in a different way, sort of help us navigate as the federal government then reopened. Obviously going back to American Rescue Plan Act dollars that were directly to counties, the National Association of Counties directly lobbied and advocated for that to get directly to counties. The National Association of Counties develops the American Counties platform through public policy steering committees. That is open to county commissioners through a nomination through your state association. They house a litany of issues, whether it's whether it's public safety or transportation or pensions or rural action caucus or large, it runs the gambit, and that takes a nomination through your state association. So if you're interested in those issues, there's a list on the National Association of Counties website, and just reach out to me if you're interested in any of those. Anyways, I appreciate the time. Happy to take any questions on this, National Association of Counties, or anything we talked about, or anything NACO, or just happy to be here. And I appreciate your membership because it helps make our advocacy efforts that much easier. So thank you very much.
I have a comment, and I guess I'll start because they're thinking still, I think. You've been helpful so many times and in so many ways that we see and that we don't see. I want to just call out specifically the work we do together on China Springs and Aurora Pines is really, really important. And we really appreciate you being good leaders and advocates on that front. And I know with the changes happening in the state departments, and it's really, really important to have someone have their finger on that. So Miss Amy Hines Sutherland, really appreciate your work on that. Thank you. Are there other thoughts? Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Vince and Amy, thank you for coming today, and a great presentation. Appreciate that. And as you read most of my notes.
Oh, good.
so anyways, yeah, I mean, I really want to compliment you guys on the, and Jennifer, who's not here today.
She's watching, just so you know. She's watching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
so,
then
yeah.
that's good. So,
Yeah.
Anyways, she is our governmental affairs manager, tracking 1,200 bills in the state legislature this year is an ungodly amount of number, and for NACO to track 400 plus of those that have direct impact on county governments is impactful, and so we appreciate your involvement with that. And not only the ones that have impact directly with the county, but then election bills that our clerk treasurer's office has to deal with, and then of course the Health and Human Services, and also the acquisition of continued funding and hopefully increased funding for China Spring and Aurora Pines, right, to get that facility back into full operation is critical. I did want to indicate also previous Douglas County Commissioner Doug Johnson is still he served 12 years on our Board of Commissioners. I think he left office in 2016. He was the last president from Douglas County of NACO, the Nevada Association of Counties. But at that time, when he was president, I believe he was the one that instigated the Emeritus Committee. And then I just want our community to understand that even though he's no longer a commissioner, he still serves on that committee on our behalf. So that's great impact and great insight as to what goes on. I think our residents have a tendency to believe that issues that we face here in Douglas County are only issues that are here in Douglas County. I can assure you, my participation at the national level and working with commissioners from all, there's 3,079 counties in the country. A lot of them belong to the national organization, but it's interesting to find out when you do work with these other commissioners from other counties, both here in Nevada and other counties throughout the United States, is that they're facing the same issues that we are. Affordable workforce housing, road maintenance, and infrastructure, and it's incredible to listen to that. And so I try to listen to those ideas that they're trying to institute in their counties, and perhaps rather than reinventing the wheel, bring it back to our county. And I think that's so much of the good, positive interaction that we have with our fellow commissioners from other states. So anyways, with that, thank you, and we look forward to hosting the 2026 next September at the Tahoe Blue Event Center. So thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also thank you to Amy Bergens for doing such hard work at the legislature with you. All right. Our next agenda item is 11.2, but stormwater. Before we get there, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll start again just a few minutes after 11. But I'm going to note that we are sometime going to take a lunch break. I anticipate that this next agenda item, I don't know how long it will go, but if we get to about 12:30 and we're not done with this agenda item, we are going to take a break for lunch of about an hour, just so that you can be aware of what I expect the schedule to be. All right, we'll begin in 5 minutes. We'll start in about 1 minute, so if you could find your seats, that would be good. All right, we're ready to reconvene. We are on agenda item 11.1. Let's have quiet. All right, agenda item 11.1 for possible action, discussion to 1, adopt resolution 2025R-102, creating the Stormwater Enterprise Fund effective December 20, 2025. 2, authorize the creation of a stormwater utility for regional stormwater infrastructure, including a proposal for an equitable countywide fee structure. And 3, request a future agenda item reallocating the stormwater program's annual general fund transfer to roads. We have with us to present today Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, and Courtney Walker, Stormwater Program Manager. We also have at the table Wendy Lang, Assistant County Manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. It's our pleasure to be here today. My name is Wendy Lang, and I am the Assistant County Manager. We're going to have a conversation, and I should say continue the conversation that we've been having with regard to stormwater and funding a future stormwater program. Stormwater, flooding, and runoff affect all areas of Douglas County. The county maintains over 1,000 different stormwater assets. Severe flood events have been documented for hundreds of years in this valley, and stormwater impacts at the lake as well. Policy goals have been established to minimize impacts, and those goals have been set forth in a variety of documents and processes that we're going to talk about today. The current funding structure is not sustainable to maintain infrastructure and meet regulatory obligations, let alone accomplish those objectives that are identified in various county planning documents. We conducted a 2-hour workshop back in, I think, late September with this board and members of the public, and have since then conducted various community workshops and attended town board meetings where we've talked about stormwater impacts, progress that's been made, and funding options in great detail. This is a heavy conversation, and so it's taken many different conversations to bring us to this point. We're not going to regurgitate that information here today. We may highlight and touch on certain aspects, and we're happy to take any questions. But these are the next steps forward as we've been discussing at those workshops and in recent months. Go ahead. Yep.
I'd like to ask a question here because I know it's on people's minds, and that is there anything in your presentation or expectations that would discuss whether folks in any neighborhood have to connect to water or sewer?
Wendy Lang, for the record, no, there is not. This is about stormwater, not about water or sewer services.
Thank you. So I don't want to get into details yet. Okay.
Courtney Walker, Stormwater Program Manager, for the record. This slide may look familiar to several folks. As Wendy stated, we did do a very long presentation on September 17th to this board and members of the public, and we went through various issues and responsibilities throughout the various watersheds that we have in Douglas County. We have 3 watersheds. There's the Carson River watershed, which is the greater Carson Valley area. There's the Tahoe watershed, which is also known as the Truckee River watershed. We have a lot of water quality regulatory responsibilities at the lake. And then we have the Walker River watershed, which includes Topaz Lake, Holbrook, the Holbrook Junction area, and Topaz Ranch Estates. So I'm not going to go into detail in terms of all of the different things. We're going to keep it pretty high level. That presentation from September 17th is available on our website if anyone does want to see it. And we have done several smaller versions of it in various communities throughout the county, not the country. That would have taken a long time. And so I'm not going to go into all of those details, but the information is available for anyone who is interested in finding out more.
I'll just take a quick moment to say that we appreciated the opportunity to engage throughout the community, all over the county, engage with members of the public, answer questions, hear their input, ideas, and feedback, and are pleased to see that so many of them have come here today, as this is sort of the direction that we've been moving and what we were building up to throughout these process over the last couple of months. The Douglas County Strategic Plan is a guiding document that was adopted by this board in 2024 to establish what the priorities are of the county over the next 5 years. A couple of the important objectives in this strategic plan include balanced growth and infrastructure, which has a specific goal around managed stormwater, including adopting and implementing a stormwater master plan and implementing a revenue source to fund maintenance and infrastructure improvements that are identified in a stormwater master plan, as well as reducing pollutants. Additionally, an objective identified is preserving natural beauty and rural character through open space preservation, among other tools. And I want to point out the importance of partnering with the agricultural community to achieve these objectives and to form those strategies and going forward.
Courtney Walker, for the record. In 2020, a master plan for Douglas County was also adopted by the board. It has several goals in there that are also relatable to stormwater. It says to develop and implement a stormwater management plan. We did not have one in 2020. We adopted that plan in 2024. So one of the other objectives also said to implement area drainage master plans, and we did have some area drainage master plans in place in 2020 for the Johnson Lane area, the Alpine View Estates neighborhood, and we were just starting to work on the Ruinstrath area drainage master plan. There's also regulatory obligations that we have in terms of MS4 compliance, which is a water quality mandate through the state for certain areas within the northern part of the county. And then we've always been working on trying to implement low impact development ordinances that also help with groundwater recharge, water quality, and flood attenuation. In 2025, the multi-hazard mitigation plan was adopted, and there's several objectives within that plan that also are related to stormwater. Flooding is one of the main hazards identified in that plan, as well as others. It recommends to implement the stormwater master plan, and there's several projects that are in the hazard mitigation plan that are identified to be implemented. There's also a lot of drainage studies that still need to happen that are encouraged in that plan, and then also to discourage growth in flood-prone areas. So in 2024, the Stormwater Master Plan was completed and adopted by this board. There's several things identified in that plan. There's maintenance protocols, stakeholder coordination. It outlines our regulatory obligations, and it also goes through capital projects and prioritizes them. A major part of this plan explicitly recommends dedicated funding to actually implement the plan. This is a list of some of the capital projects that are identified in that plan. Several of them are critical lands / groundwater recharge type of projects. So anything that would be a detention basin, holding pond for water, promotes infiltration, and also keeps the land from being developed. There's other projects that are in there that are in the blue. Those are public safety, keep roads open, so installing box culverts on certain roads to prevent them from overtopping in a flood event. Those are some of the type of projects that are identified in the plan. I wanted to take a minute just to discuss the stuff that we have to do at the lake. It is not optional. The water quality program is called it's referred to as the Lake Tahoe Total Maximum Daily Load Water Quality Program for Lake Tahoe. Every jurisdiction around Lake Tahoe must implement these practices in order to reduce the fine sediment particles that are going into the lake. That is what is causing the clarity decline. There's 3 different ways to achieve that through large water quality improvement projects, private parcel best management practices, infiltrating runoff on site from homes and commercial businesses. And then there's road operations, which is basically sweeping after you apply abrasives to a road for public safety, picking those abrasives up after the storm. So these are regulatory requirements at Lake Tahoe. It's been in place since about 2011. And in order to achieve these TMDL credits, you have to do those 3 methods that I discussed a minute ago. And you can see that our credit obligation is continuing to increase over time. So this regulatory program is not going away. The responsibilities for each county around Lake Tahoe is going to continue to increase into the future. This is a slide that has been in several presentations lately. And so I'm not going to go into every single item that's on here. The flood events are in the blue and the tan. So blue is river flood events. Tan is alluvial fan flash flood events. The items that are in red are the times that this community has tried to implement some sort of funding source to address these issues that we face. And they were proposed actions, but no action was actually successfully taken. We do have a couple of items in the green, and one of them is in 2018, the Board of County Commissioners funded the stormwater program out of the general fund transfer. And in 2024, we did adopt a stormwater master plan, which had been on, as you see in several other plans, referenced to accomplish that. And so we have accomplished a couple of things recently. To highlight some of those accomplishments, we have continued to do area drainage master planning in various watersheds. We've purchased some equipment for maintenance work, such as a Vector truck, an excavator, dump trucks to accomplish the maintenance work. We have constructed some detention basins in the Johnson Lane area, and we've acquired some parcels in the Fish Springs area to help address the Pine Nut Creek issues that we deal with. We were recently awarded a grant through FEMA to construct an additional detention basin in the Johnson Lane area. And as I stated before, we have adopted a stormwater master plan. So we have been making some progress with that general fund transfer. And so we have been doing good things with the funding that we have been able to acquire so far. This slide has also been in a few presentations, but just to show the progress that has been made in terms of maintaining the existing drainage infrastructure that exists in Douglas County. When we identified each of these assets, less than 50% of them were considered to be in good condition, which means they're clean and nothing needs to happen. So less than 50% were at the time that they were identified. And as of September, over 95% of them are considered to be in good condition. So that is a really good accomplishment, I would say, in terms of the maintenance infrastructure that we've been able to keep in good condition. We do have a few other areas to study for sure. There's several on the west side of the valley, and these studies basically produce mitigation alternatives that would be included in the capital improvement project list once they're identified. I also want to just take a moment to talk about the future critical land inventory. We have several areas that are within the FEMA 100-year floodplain that are zoned agriculture 19 acres, and these are our priorities for wanting to keep them open. When the flood happens on the Carson River, there's not a lot that you can do to mitigate that in terms of constructing a project And so the best mitigation alternative in these situations is to keep that land open and free from development and figure out how to compensate the landowner for removing the development rights through the land. And we've been able to do that through conservation easements. However, the funding stream that has been used in the past is not available anymore.
Thank you, Courtney. Again, Wendy Lang, just for the record. So as we've discussed, we have various policy objectives and goals, which led to the adoption of a stormwater master plan. We've established and minimally funded a stormwater function in the county. We've conducted studies, assessed assets, and identified priority projects as well as critical land that will support the established policy priorities and objectives. The question going forward is, how do we sustainably fund the objectives that have been set forth? These are some of the challenges here on the slide, some of the things to consider going forward, what it is that needs to be funded, and I'll continue to dive into that in more detail. Thank you, Courtney. This is a 5-year projection of the current stormwater operations operating costs. As I said, the established allocated amount that has been identified is relatively minimal. It's the green line that goes directly straight across the bar chart here. It's a stagnant $1.1 million, and it's a general fund transfer that's currently funding stormwater. And that general fund transfer historically, arguably, has been used to support roads, which you had a workshop on earlier this year, and we will touch on in a few slides as well. We're at a crossroads in this program. It's necessary to allocate additional funding to continue those operations. As you can see, our current operations and forward projections to maintain what is currently being done today is in excess of what that $1.1 million general fund transfer is. If we do not allocate additional funding, it will be necessary to reevaluate and reduce services that are currently being undertaken today, and that does not take into account the capital projects that we've talked about. This is a 5-year budget that has been projected, which takes into account that operating budget we just saw. That's the top blue section of the bar chart in front of you now, which is about 1.2 increasing over time as expenses increase to about $1.5 million over the next 5 years. This budget also takes into account about $70,000 for major machinery and equipment allocations, as well as about $250,000 for major repair and replacement of assets, stormwater assets that are in the field. The largest chunk that you see here, the navy blue color, if you will, is a $1.8 million, which would be a debt service for about $14 million in capital funding to complete capital projects as they're identified in the Stormwater Master Plan and the objectives and priorities that have been set forth. And then finally, the green at the bottom is $1 million annually allocated to critical land, protecting those critical lands, sorry. So that's what a 5-year projected budget would look like. Now, how do we fund that budget for a full-fledged stormwater program that accomplishes the objectives and priorities that have been set forth? There are a variety of things that we've looked at. Again, we've talked about these funding options as well in recent months as we've engaged with the board and the community in various meetings. One of them is a utility fee, and that is what is being recommended today. And I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. It's a relatively reasonably cost to property owners, can be adjusted as necessary, and can be established based on what the objectives are, the work that is going to be completed. A sales tax is an option. There's one, possibly 2 quarter-cent sales tax avenues under Nevada revised statutes that are available to us. A quarter-cent sales tax would only produce $2.9 million annually, which is insufficient to accomplish the objectives as I've just identified. Visitors do pay a portion of sales tax, but this is a very volatile source of revenue, and it's tied to the economy, not necessarily tied to what we're trying to accomplish with this program or what your objectives are. Special assessment districts are another consideration. Special assessment districts are formed for specific projects in defined areas, not for ongoing operations, and are not available for county-wide benefit or broad projects that benefit the entire watershed or the entire community. Most of our drainages are interconnected and are impacted throughout the community. So it would be challenging to say this is the area which should be charged for something that's going to have benefits downstream in other areas of the county. We do apply for grants. We have several grant applications out right now, actually. Our pending grant applications require a match of nearly $2 million.
Madam Chair, if I may jump in here. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Because special assessment districts have been the subject of much conversation and feedback that we obtain through public workshops, I did just want to deep dive a little further and build on what Assistant County Manager Lang had said. It is when you have one or two areas, special assessment districts that are geographically isolated, special assessment districts make a lot of sense. When you have multiple areas of the county with interconnected, interrelated problems, it becomes less effective to utilize special assessment districts and becomes an administrative nightmare, to be perfectly honest. How do you take a Vector truck and divide it by 12 different assessment districts? How do you allocate appropriately the time of county staff and plan for accordingly and set rates in special assessment districts when you can't predict where staff time is going to be spent because you can't predict where the storms are going to be, where the equipment is going to be utilized. NRS requires us when we're setting a budget for a special assessment district to be very specific with that budget up front to clearly associate the costs that we're allocating to that district with the planned work for that year. And that has to be done annually. And the unpredictability of storm makes this incredibly challenging.
Thank you. Do you want to take questions right now?
Sure, that would be great.
Okay. Commissioner Gardner had a question, and then Commissioner Tarkanian.
Thank you. So while we're here, as I read this agenda item, it says authorize the creation of stormwater utility for stormwater infrastructure, including a proposal for an equitable countywide fee structure. However, you're not proposing this particular fee structure here, right? That's going to be in the next agenda item where we contract with a company to tell us what this would look like. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. We're including this slide in the presentation because we were anticipating questions from the public and possibly from the board why we're bringing forward the utility fee and not recommending other options. But yes, you are correct, sir.
I want to emphasize that to the public because we have a large amount of public here, and I'm sure they're online also. So we're not going to set a fee today at all. We're going to wait for the next agenda item, and then we'll look at a structure at that time and a mechanism for that, right? So
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that takes care of my question because that's what it's all about. But you brought up the special assessment. So, and I'm trying to understand a little bit with the budget. Is the special assessment also going to cover some of the capital improvements?
Special assessment districts can cover capital improvements.
Okay.
We're not recommending the utilization of a special assessment district, although it is an option that
Okay.
is available to the board.
So, as you know, and I've expressed this in my newsletters, I've expressed this to county staff, I think that something seriously needs to be done with the county to alleviate the stormwater. And someone's going to have to, we got to raise money, we have to pay it. I guess my question is, because there's been a lot of good questions here, maybe this is for the next meeting, and if it is, I can hold off until then. But if you have a big reservoir that you need to build, like we've talked about out of Pine Nuts or out at Buckeye Ranch, why wouldn't we have a special assessment to build that for the people that are being protected from that?
The Pine Knot and the Buckeye washes have huge impacts, and that gets to the interconnected nature of these washes, our irrigation ditches, how the stormwater behaves when it hits the mountains and comes down. We would argue there are huge, wide-ranging impacts across the towns of Minden and Gardnerville and beyond that makes it challenging to establish a boundary for a special assessment district for those two particular washes. And honestly, those two washes, if they were to run at the same time as a high river flow event, it would have wide-spreading impacts even farther onto the west side of the valley. It wouldn't just stay on the east side. So we are saying that the majority of the projects identified in the Stormwater Master Plan do specifically have wide-ranging impacts. The board could consider a combination of a utility and special assessment districts if, in fact, there are projects that specifically benefit a geographically isolated group of the population. That would make sense for us to consider doing so, and that would be part of the equitable rate conversation that we would need to have as we continue this public process.
So I think this is going to be for the next meeting we're here, but we're going to hear probably an hour of testimony of people complaining about this. So when you say that there may be a wide range of people affected, some are going to be affected much more than others, and some may not be affected at all. I live in the Ranchos right now. I don't see how the floodwaters up there are going to hit my Ranchos estate. But so I guess that there's a concern to make them pay for something that is going to impact the others much more. And I want to just make one example, and then I'll leave it at that. I don't want to prolong this thing. We have a huge problem with the park development right now in Mola Parkway. And we are trying to move water to build Mola Parkway, but it also to protect developments in that area. Well, those developments are the ones that are receiving the benefit from it, not people in my Ranchos area. So I just don't know where the equitable for them to pay for that type of a protection. It seems like the people benefiting the most should be the one paying in those areas.
Those are good questions, sir, and I think that's part of the. I don't want to use this term, but I don't have a better term, of the art of rate making when you look at utilities. It is very important for us to ensure, as part of this process moving forward, that we set an equitable rate. And people should pay for the services that they receive. They should not have to pay for services they don't receive. There are ways for us to take the capital improvement projects and to identify who benefits from what and to allocate accordingly. And we have successfully done that with our water utility. When we did the water utility consolidation, we had multiple utilities that we consolidated into one. And one of the a large piece of the feedback that we got from the public as part of that process is that a large number of the capital projects benefited only residents of Lake Tahoe because the county had inherited a number of private failed water systems at the lake. And so it was about 2/3 of the capital projects on that capital projects list were specific to Lake Tahoe residents, 1/3 in the valley. And so when we worked with FCS Group in that situation, they were able to bring forward a proposal based on that feedback from the public that addressed that 2/3, 1/3 issue, so that the residents at Lake Tahoe actually pay $20 more on their water utility fee than the valley residents do. There's a variety of ways that we can address equitability as part of the rate-making process. It's important that the public continue to engage with us and weigh in on that moving forward. And I think that's the hardest work we're going to do as a board as we continue this process. But I'm confident we can get there with FCS's help.
Thank you. Great questions. And that's a great transition into the next piece, which is to dive a bit more into the utility fees. Utilities are used in over 2,000 communities nationwide. Again, identifying this dedicated funding source would allow the general fund to refocus on other priority services such as roads. Dedicating revenue to stormwater, including critical land preservation, and establishing an equitable rate structure. The graphic before you is what the rates are in those 2,000 communities across the nation, and that national average is about $6 a month. As we get into pursuing this and designing what that equitable structure would look like here in Douglas County, of course, we would have more information if you want to go to the next slide, Courtney. This is what Carson City has in place. The yellow bar is still the national average. By comparison, Carson City has a 3-tier structure for single-family residential units based on the square footage of the home. If you can't see the figures, they range from $7.69 a month to $15.38 a month. So there are that is one piece of evaluating how this should impact different properties differently, in addition to the conversation that we were just having with regard to different benefits as well.
Before you leave that slide, the commercial and multifamily rates are based on impervious area square footage at 4 tiers. I think that's important for our public to understand, is if we do this, it will not be only affecting the homes, the residences, but also commercial and multifamily rates. So
yes, that is correct. Thank you. And those are all part of what the process would be, the undertaking with the process. We have that agendized next to speak about undertaking a study with a professional consultant. So I won't get into that too much here since it is agendized for the next conversation. So a stormwater utility fee in Douglas County, taking some estimated, looking at Carson, looking at what Douglas County properties are, we can estimate, we can generate about $4 million, which is, if you recall a few slides ago, what an operating budget would successfully look like. So it does align very nicely, and we can achieve what policy objectives have been set forth with something like this. Additionally, we can achieve sustainable operations and maintenance, long-term capital reinvestment, regulatory compliance, land conservation to reduce flooding, reduce the pressures on the general fund, be better prepared for severe weather events and mitigate the impacts of flood all around the county, and be transparent with ratepayer accountability.
I want to point out, as you know, I am anti-acronym. So I see on there ERUs. So if we're going to use that acronym, let's make sure everybody has a full understanding of what that is.
Sure, thank you. Equivalent residential units, and that is one of the ways, similar to the Carson City square footage example of a smaller house might be one equivalent residential unit, whereas a Walmart might be thousands of equivalent residential units. So these slides we did speak about in the prior presentations, and we just bring them up to, again, reemphasize the art, as Ms. Davidson pointed out, of rate making and all of the different variables and considerations. And we will continue to engage with the community and the board in what those options are and what is the best design, with the guidance of a professional consultant in establishing how Douglas County specifically would implement something.
So can you go back to Carson?
Sure.
So I don't see units on here.
Right. So Carson's is slightly different. They're not necessarily looking at ERUs. They're looking at these 3 tiers of square footage of homes. And then they have a different structure for commercial and multifamily, which is based on square footage.
So we may not even use ERUs.
Correct.
Which would mean equivalent residential units.
Correct.
I'm rather concerned about throwing around letters that people don't know what they mean.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to correct that.
Okay.
So if this is approved today, there are many steps to go forward, as we're recognizing. There's a long conversation. We've been building up through a long conversation and process. We've established priority objectives. Boards have set forth policies, put together a program, and seen what that program can accomplish and how we continue to build upon those blocks and that foundation to achieve policy goals. And so this is a next step in that process. And we will need to continue carefully with the process and continue engaging with the public and looking at what those policy considerations need to be for equivalent rate structure design and how a rate structure, a fee should be structured for this community and what this community's priorities are.
I guess I'll ask a question there too. If we were to go down this road and then ultimately feel like we could not settle on a fair fee structure, would we have done anything that can't be undone?
Certainly not. Wendy Lang for the record. Again, today before you is a resolution, and it will rescind a prior resolution and action, which was to transfer money from the general fund. You're sort of undoing that prior action today and implementing a new action. There's nothing to say you couldn't continue to revise your actions as a board, undo prior actions, and bring forward something different. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the team add in these slides in the presentation, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record, because they pertain to roads. As Assistant County Manager Lang alluded to, when the original stormwater program was created through the leadership of a previous board, they did allocate $1 million of funding annually to this program from the general fund. And we have a lot of competing needs for the funding out of the general fund, including roads. Arguably, the roads have been subsidizing the stormwater program's funding and resource needs since its creation. And certainly one of the objectives that we can accomplish through your actions by creating a stormwater utility and creating a dedicated funding source is to restore road funding, which is going to be really important for our community moving forward. Very briefly, I will just note, this is the current condition of county roads. Our regional roads are rated at 79%. I don't know if we call it percent. It's rated at 79 on the pavement index, condition index. Our local roads are fair, and across the board on average, county roads are in fair condition. Road funding is going to increasingly become a challenge, so identifying a sustainable road funding source is really important to this conversation as well. Next slide, please. This is the backlog of road maintenance across the county that we have. We have over $65 million in road maintenance that we need to complete in the various rating system across the county. I cannot tell you how important it is that we look at addressing this problem as well. I mentioned to this commission previously that I feel like the county has done work in these individual categories almost in a vacuum. We've considered our problems on an individual case-by-case basis. We have a road task force. We look at road funding solutions. We have a stormwater task force. We look at stormwater funded solutions. We have open space. We haven't talked about that yet. We have not talked about where solutions might come from. What staff are encouraging you to do is to look at our problems collectively and consider how through one move you might leverage county funding as effectively as possible and solve as many problems as possible. And that's why we're bringing up roads as part of this conversation. Next slide, please. This is the county's general fund budget. In total, the county receives $67.5 million in funding in fiscal year 25-26. This is a breakdown of where those dollars are spent. $31 million on salaries, $16.5 million on benefits, services supplies at $14 million. That leaves $5 million to do all of the other things. That is not sufficient funding to accomplish all of the important objectives that we as government have, and that is the reason why we're having this conversation. Among the $5 million that we have to accomplish all of the other things, you will note the $1.1 million stormwater fund transfer out to a special revenue account for this program, which is not sustainable moving forward, as Assistant County Manager Lang argued. If we do not identify a dedicated funding source for stormwater, we are going to have to cut services somewhere. I cannot state that strongly enough. We are in the stormwater business. We have plans on a shelf that are collecting dust. Are we going to move this forward, or are we going to continue to kick the can? And if we have to cut services, I would ask this commission, where? You sat through budget hearings, week-long budget hearings. We looked at every single position in this organization. There's nowhere to cut. We looked at all of the important programs and services that we have. There is nowhere to cut. Next slide, please.
Before you move off of that, Mrs. Davidson, you mentioned special revenue fund. Could you explain the difference between, because we're looking at a enterprise fund today versus a special revenue fund. Can you explain the differences?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for your question. A special revenue fund was set up by the previous county commission because the previous county commission wanted to specifically reserve the dollars for a dedicated purpose, which is stormwater. They wanted to ensure when these dollars were being transferred out that it was being reserved for stormwater and could not be used for any other purpose. A special revenue fund does not have a dedicated revenue source. Revenue has to be moved into that account. A stormwater utility or an enterprise fund would have a dedicated revenue source, which is the fee for the service that we would provide. Hopefully that answers your question, sir.
And
so you said that basically, for lack of a better term, allocated. I wanted to say stole $1 million out of our roads to fund stormwater, even though they're tied together, somewhat tied together. I mean, their infrastructure, stormwater always affects infrastructure. Is that right? Is that yes?
I would say it's probably more appropriate to say that the previous board reprioritized. And I understand, right? I understand why they did. Yeah. I think it's really important to acknowledge the work of the previous board. I think it took real leadership. Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
The problem was that they didn't really look beyond a couple of years, understanding that the costs were going to exceed the allocation. So, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And ultimately, when the general fund tax revenue sources are capped and our operating costs are exceeding our ability to tax, it becomes a conversation for the county commission of what are you going to sacrifice? Where are you going to cut? What are you not going to do for your community? If you cannot consider new revenue sources, where something's got to give. So there you go. Thank you, sir.
Before we leave this, I want to drill down just a little more to make sure we make crystal clear. If we set up an enterprise fund that's funded through a utility fee, can that money be used for anything else?
No, it cannot.
Okay. If we have a special revenue fund, can that flow back and forth a little bit?
It depends the specific purpose that the special revenue fund was created under. I think it could be expanded through action of this board to include other purposes.
Okay. So a general fund money we could spend general fund money to prop up an enterprise fund. We don't want to, we haven't. I wouldn't do it, but you can't go the other way, spending enterprise funds to prop up the general fund.
Correct.
Thank
you. Cannot.
We talked a little bit about this in our meeting, but could you explain to the public, because I'm getting a lot of questions on this, is we're calling this a fee and not a tax. You use the word that the fee is for services that are received. Some people may not receive any benefit. I know we've said it's countywide, but I'm still not sure how some areas are going to receive a benefit from it. But if they do, they're going to be minor. How did you come about calling this a fee as opposed to a tax?
There are 2,100 utilities across the nation that charge fees for stormwater services. We are designing a stormwater program that mirrors what others have successfully done. I understand for this community, a mandatory fee is a tax, and it becomes a semantics game. I'm not playing semantics. I'm being transparent. If we are providing a service to the resident, we are going to charge a fee. I think your questions about who is getting the benefit of this service are things that we need to discuss more with this county commission as part of the equitable rate setting process. And we will vet those questions further. I would argue that all residents of this community drive through the towns of Minden and Gardnerville, receive benefits from our downtown, utilize the community center as an evacuation center in an emergency. There are stormwater projects that specifically protect our downtowns, our economy, that benefit all the residents of this community. I am not saying that every single project in our stormwater master plan benefits everyone, but I can carve out projects that do, and we should fund those. We should fund this program in an equitable way.
Commissioner Rice, did you have a question?
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
I've been doing this for a while. I started it off on Round Hill GID and has gone downhill from there. But I find it very interesting that Douglas County is a very interesting place in that people move here from all over the country. They buy up everything that's available to buy up. They want good roads, but they fail to pass any tax increase, not only on gasoline, but they turned down a diesel tax. So all these diesel pickup trucks are running around spewing black smoke behind them and not paying a nickel for our roads. It seems to me that creating what we're talking about today is something that is going to benefit the greater good. And everybody's going to be impacted in some way or another. And I think it's time that we stop looking at this as a tax and start looking at it as a way to fund those things that this county desperately needs. And thank you for letting me comment.
Thank you.
All right. To summarize, Madam Chair, members of the commission, I can't emphasize enough how many long-term planning objectives this next step helps us to begin to accomplish. Through your actions today, hopefully you will be dedicating a sustainable and funding source for managing stormwater that will now include, moving forward, a true program and all of the pieces that it needs to be successful. Maintenance and repair of existing assets, major repair and replacement of existing and new assets, capital funding for large stormwater projects, including $141 million total number of projects identified in our existing stormwater master plan, critical lands acquisition and management, and then finally, but importantly, this also will allow the board to move the $1.1 million of funding from the general fund that is currently allocated to the stormwater program back to the general fund to be specifically dedicated to roads so that we can begin to move the ball forward on that objective as well. With that, Madam Chair, I believe we have our recommended motion, and I think our presentation is concluded unless my colleagues have anything further to add. Thank you.
Questions from the board?
I have, I guess, two things that give me heartburn about this. One of them is the allocation or acquisition of the critical lands and the easements. Those are the ranch community's lands, quite honestly. How do we protect their interests if they don't want to participate or sell? Excuse me. I got to remember to take a drink before I talk. How are we protecting them? I mean, we can't force them to give up their development rights. And so if this moves forward, I basically, I don't know how to phrase it, but I strongly demand that the ranching community is involved in this, the setup and the design of this utility, because they're already the ones doing the work, and then we're saying here we're gonna take this property. I mean, that gives me heartburn of how are we gonna do that, and is it voluntary, is it not? And I know those are minutia that we don't want to answer today, we don't know the answer to today, but I feel like they have to be included. I mean, that's a transparency issue I feel like we need to address, and that's a community that I feel has a huge say in what's going on in this. And then the next one is, I feel like there also needs to be, in the grand scheme of this thing, some way to control it and rein it in. I just don't, I'm looking out at everybody here, and I know that not a single person there trusts what we're saying here, what we want to do, and we have to earn that trust. And I reference TRPA, which is, has started out to keep clarity of the lake, and now they're dictating colors of houses. So how do we keep this in its lane? That's the two things that my questions are that give me heartburn about this. I recognize we need it. I don't agree that that there's anybody that's not affected by flooding. You may not have floodwater on your property, but there are many things that affect that. So it is a community, and we are one community. I mean, let's cut it out. I mean, I'm a Douglas County resident, and I represent everybody here, even though I'm District 5. I love the lake, I love the valley, I love Topaz. I'm out there, I'm in every part of it. So this is one community, so cut that talk out. We're all together. Other people everybody's affected differently by every action, but we are one community and we're one Douglas. So, but that's it. Those are my two heartburn issues. If you can ease my mind on those two issues, that would be greatly appreciated.
I have a comment.
Okay, they're going to answer that first.
Well, if you don't mind, I agree with you. Our ranchers and our farmers are, and have paid for decades a hefty price over the years for taking excessive stormwater onto their properties. That has helped us recharge our aquifers, and that's important. It troubles me when Commissioner Tolbert, when you said take. Okay, you did say take in your comments, and I don't see this as a taking at all. Okay, we're not talking about eminent domain, which is a taking, but we're talking about if we set up this and we have the ability to purchase critical lands, it wouldn't be a purchase. It would be development rights. They'd still be able to. Their land is still as we have a number of residents, ranchers and farmers in this audience today who have done that, entered into conservation easements. They still have the ability to put one house on a 19-acre parcel, right? So we're not taking anything. We're not, and it would be a volunteer program. Is that right? I mean, it would be volunteer. So if they don't want to participate in the program, then that's their option.
But I think that's what I'm getting at is when you put up there acquiring, right? And so that's why that's my question. I'm not saying we are or aren't, but I want it clearly. I want to be able to sleep at night knowing that we are not forcing them to give up their, because you said it's rights, right? And I'm not looking to forcefully take any rights.
I don't think any part of this is forcing anybody to give up anything.
I know today, and we agree, but in 2 years, it could be a different group here. And so that's what my question is, how do we maintain it and make sure that it's set up as clearly as possible? And I want, right.
Did you want to address those concerns? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, and Commissioner Tolbert for your question. I've given this presentation 6 or 7 times, and I can tell you never once have I had someone tell me that they perceived it that way. And I regret using the word acquiring now in the presentation. The intent of using the word acquiring was to communicate transparently that we would purchase conservation easements, not that we would force people. We do not have a dedicated funding source for TDR purchasing currently, and that is the intent. This would be a voluntary program. It would not be mandatory. The second part of your question about accountability and public trust, all of what we're going to undertake as a group will involve a very extensive public process and engagement with stakeholders, including the ag community. I share your concern, staff shares your concern, and we are reaching out to members of the ag community, and we will up to bigger groups to hear from the ag community about their priorities moving forward. Additionally, we will meet with the public and hear priorities, questions, concerns. The critical land management policy will be set by this county commission. It will be adopted by this county commission. The land that is identified will be approved by this county commission before the county took any action to approach anyone to ask if they wanted to participate voluntarily. All of that would be very public. Additionally, the setting of rates would be public. This utility would undergo routine auditing. Rate making requires extensive public hearings. Adjusting to rates requires public hearings and a public process to weigh in before we could adjust rates. I will tell you the program has done a lot with the limited funding it has available to it. I'm really proud of the work of the crew. I think the plans that we have in place, the studies that we have done, combined with the routine maintenance we have performed in the field, have set this program up for success in the future, and I think is the best indication of the work we intend to do if we have the proper funding moving forward. We can, as we establish this program and we put these fees in place, we can put this item on the agenda for regular review of the program and our efforts, where the dollars are being spent and how. As part of the public trust process that you're indicating you would like to undertake. I hear you. Courtney, did you have anything additionally you wanted to add regarding your outreach efforts to the ag community?
Sure. Courtney Walker, for the record. Exactly what Jennifer said is accurate. I have been holding meetings specifically with the agricultural community and have invited a few of them to attend in the audience today, and hopefully they'll want to speak as well. During one of those meetings, I did have a member of the ag community approach me and say, I wish that I could do a conservation easement. I have 60 acres that I'm really interested in preserving that way. And unfortunately, there's not anything that we can do about that right now because we don't have a funding source to be able to do so. And so I envision it working that way, not that we're saying, hey, we need this area, we need that area. It's if someone approaches the program and says, I'm interested in doing this, then we say, great, let's go through the process because we have a funding mechanism to make that happen.
And I suppose we could approach. We could let people know, hey, this is available. Yeah, but not force. And I guess I would just throw my 2 cents in. I think we could condition the motion today on ag land being exempted from a fee and on any securing of development rights being voluntary. That would be a way to ensure that those things happen. Okay, I have questions. I note that we have $2 million worth of grant applications outstanding. Is that right? And what would the matching funds for those grants be?
Wendy Lang, for the record, I think I shared that information. The matching funds that are outstanding currently are in excess of $2 million. The actual value of the applications is around $13 million, or $10 million in funding available with the I think it's 2.9 matching fund. So a total of $13 million of projects that could be accomplished. But if we don't have the $2+ million right now to match with.
Okay, so essentially, if we had this enterprise fund already set up, we could use $3 million as matching funds right now and be able to do $13 million worth of projects. I'm just I want to hone in on the fact that this really could leverage us into doing a lot more with the money that we spend.
Yes. Again, Wendy Lang for the record. Thank you for the question. And I do want to emphasize your point. I think it's well taken. One caveat, if we are successful in all of those grants, and if the federal government continues to provide those opportunities. But I did want to make the point of, we are looking for funding. We're not just saying this should be strictly up to this county or the residents of this county. We're trying to identify ways to be as effective as possible.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, if
yes.
I may just expand on that. I think another important point, again, when you've given this presentation so many times, you can't remember what you've said and what you haven't said. So I am reminded of the fact that the creation of a stormwater utility also opens up other funding sources, options for us to consider beyond grant funding, which is the state revolving loan fund. If we create a stormwater utility, we would be able to apply for low interest rate loans through the state for completion of capital improvement projects in the stormwater master plan, which again allows us to leverage our funding more effectively and to put in place projects more quickly than we would otherwise be able to do.
Thank you. Are there other questions by commissioners? Commissioner Rice, do you have any questions?
No, I think I already said my 2 cents worth.
Okay. Commissioner Tolbert?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that I didn't mean to sabotage you with that last thought. I think it's, for me, when I sit here and I actually am face to face, it's a different perception of going through the packet. And so staring the hats in the room in the eye, and when you read that, I was looking at them, and that's where that entered my mind. Is like, wait a minute, that's something else. So, which is, I think, why these meetings are good and why the public being here is good, because it's a different perception of the review. And I don't know how you guys feel, but it definitely, for me, when you're actually staring the constituents in the face, it makes a difference. And you're trying to make sure you've crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. So anyway, you answered it, so that was good. So, but again, I wasn't trying to save that one up for you.
If there are no other questions, we will go to public comment at this time. All right. I see no questions. So we'll go to public comment. If public comment is still going strong at 1 o'clock, we'll talk about whether to take a break. But we'll go to 1 o'clock. Mr. Fogerson, welcome.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is David Fogerson, and as you know, I'm 900 years old in 100-year floods from my time at East Fork Fire and times working for the governor as his emergency manager and Homeland Security chief. I fully support the direction that staff is asking you to provide to them. The public meetings, the public outreach that they've done, you've seen me at most of them. So I've heard the same comments that you've heard from some of the folks. I don't think we've ever had a county manager and county staff go out and do that much public outreach to make sure that they were fine-tuning the program to what the public was looking for. And when we talk about it doesn't affect everybody, I closed Highway 395 3 times for flooding and sent the residents at 5 o'clock at night back through Genoa Lane all the way down the Dressler, all the way back into town. We wound up having to replace Jacks Valley Road after the second time we did that because of the road damage. What money do we have today if that same event occurred? This solves some open space issues. This solves the flooding issue, or won't solve it, but will help it tremendously, and solves some of our road issues. When else do you get a chance to make one decision that fixes so many things at once? And the the total, I hate that word, the fine sediment spreading into Lake Tahoe. So this does have countywide benefits for all of us, and we need to recognize that. To the fact that it's a fee or a tax and it should go to the vote of the people. We're a represented republic. We elected you to make those hard decisions for us. You're better educated in all the finite details in county budget and all the stuff going on that we don't have the time to take to learn those things. So please be the leader today. Please vote in favor of this recommendation And then as we move forward, we can see how the rates get adjusted so that way they're fair and equitable for everyone in the community. Thank you very much for being leaders.
My name is Craig Parsons. I live on East Valley Road. Real quickly, I only have a short amount of time. I just wanted to be able to show people what happens when water is conveyed out of a flood alluvial into what is not a flood alluvial. I live on the Upper Alderman Ditch. That ditch was designed back in the 70s, I believe, for 60 CFS. This water is now being conveyed to us from the Pine Nut alluvial all the way onto East Valley Road and is taking out, go ahead, you can just start going through them, is taking out our properties and directly into the East Valley Reservoir uncontrollably. The state calls me and says, Craig, you're on the reservoir. Is it getting ready to go over the dam? I said, well, call somebody that knows about that stuff. I say, yes. Okay, we'll evacuate 50 houses. This is directly on my property. Went over the ditch banks of the Alderman. Got 3. This is my neighbor. We bought 130 of these blocks at great expense. We're almost $250,000 so far between 4 neighbors to put these blocks in to protect his home, his foundation. Just go where you wish. That one's a good one. These blocks actually started washing out. This man, in order to protect his family, we hung him on a crane in the water to pull these blocks out to keep from the erosion going towards his garage. It made it within 20 feet of his house. Pretty brave guy. This is the 8-foot ditch cut headed for his house that was right before we put those blocks in. We're trying to find a way that between Jeremy and Courtney to have some help here with FEMA, whoever. This is the stack wall we just finished putting in, waiting for the next event. Luckily for us, the Upper Alderman Ditch Bank blew out at 3 a.m. the last time. All that water went to the main Alderman Ditch and went into the East Valley Reservoir uncontrollably, causing the county to have to pump water across Buckeye because years ago, Don Bentley took out the 48-inch pipe that went north to the North Reservoir as he took out the dam at that place that we could be storing water. East Valley Reservoir could be dug out very deeply. It's 95 acres. The 59 acres in Pine Nut is a good start. But all of us homeowners on East Valley would allow the county, take the dirt, get it out of there, make it 50 feet deep if you want, make the outlet 4 feet if you need to for the regulations required for evacuating storage water. I guess I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. We really appreciate you sharing those photos and that perspective with us. I wish we could give you a bunch more time, but we'd probably be in trouble here.
Oh, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Kara Easton, Director of Emergency Management for Douglas County. Me and my department are 100% in support of this stormwater utility fee. Typically, my department has to look at mitigation, response, and recovery. And so by supporting this initiative, we would be eliminating that stress on our public safety folks. Like Mr. Fogerson said, if we're able to strategically place infrastructure, we can slow down and or divert that water. So if there is an incident, our responders are in less danger, our public's in less danger. If we have to evacuate, that gives people more time to get out and potentially keeps those roads open. And so that lessens the burden. Also, if we have these measures in place, then we are spending less money and time on having to respond to these things and recover. They say every dollar you spend in mitigation saves $6 on the back end, so why wouldn't we do it? We often look at mitigation measures after something bad happens. We clearly have a whole bunch of projects that we have identified in areas where we have repeat flooding problems. So it makes sense to fund this stormwater utility fee so we can stop repeating what we're doing, having to recover at much higher costs every year. Also, the big thing here, we always hear about people saying, oh, well, in the past, the county allowed this development. Unfortunately, we cannot undo what's happened in the past. We can only move forward. With this utility fee, not only can we react to what we can fix, we can also be proactive for future efforts. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. St. John.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Manager. My name is Dan St. John. I'm speaking as a private citizen, not as a member of your Planning Commission. First, I want to thank you all for your service. These are tough questions. You spent a lot of time on it. I don't think people understand how much you do for the county. I do, and I thank you for that. And I'm also thanking you for tackling this issue. This is a tough issue. I think you know my background, 42 years as a professional engineer, civil engineer, public works and utility director, both for Carson City, Washoe County, Incline Village, and other places. And so I've been around this issue most of my career, and I can tell you, you're on the right track. You're doing the right things. The questions the commissioners are asking are great. The only thing I can say is let's trust the process. A lot of these questions are going to get answered as we go through the process. I applaud you for your public outreach. It sounds like we've been talking to the right people. And when I say we, I mean you and your staff, and that's great. We know conditions have evolved through regulations and growing into rural areas, but most properties like me expect the local public agencies to operate, improve, and maintain local stormwater infrastructure. You know that. We expect you to do that. You're trying to do that. And I'm here to say that most of us are used to paying for the services that benefit us. And we all are going to benefit through reduced flooding, operation of existing stormwater systems, meeting stormwater water quality issues, not just at the lake. We have water quality issues down here too, or regulations down here too. And reducing road closures, and this is a big one in terms of benefits that we all need to think about. Previous speaker mentioned it. Reducing road closures that impede emergency response and impedes us from accessing to and from, whether it's the grocery store or the hospital. So those are all benefits to us. Treating stormwater as a utility makes sense. We all benefit, and it makes sense that we all are part of it financially. It's typical for sewer, water, power systems. Why not stormwater? It's done all over the country, as you've pointed out. I'm confident that the proposed financing study will develop a fair and equitable fee structure. So let's trust the process, and I'm looking forward to see what they come up with. But I urge you not to underestimate the challenge and shoot too low. For instance, the budget projections only were talking about $14 million worth of capital projects, and yet the CIP list is $140 million. Let's not shoot too low. Keep up the work. I speak for many of us. We're willing to pay a fair share for stormwater services. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Christensen.
Rachel Christensen. I'm having a hard time reconciling this because I acknowledge the necessity of addressing these critical stormwater projects. We live it. I understand how bad it's needed and how beneficial it'll be, but I believe implementing it this time would be a mistake. And the reason why I say that is based on decisions that have been made in this county. I have some serious lack of confidence in the abilities. Some of my concerns include the Stormwater Department's actions regarding Buckskin Court west of Horseman that was detrimental to the Ruinstrath neighborhood. Requests for studies previously done on these projects have gone unanswered, probably because they don't exist. Reports of departmental personnel laughing and mocking flood victims after a disaster. A demonstrated lack of knowledge regarding local creeks and streams, confusing waterways that originate from a completely different direction, thinking they're connected to Smelter Creek, when they completely come from somewhere else, not even connected. Department's apparent failure to declare a local disaster or adequately communicate the extent of the disaster when contacting state officials. I've spoken to a lot of state officials. Most of them weren't even aware of what happened to us. The recent necessity of residents contacting state officials directly to identify the EWP program as a viable immediate solution, who, by the way, has worked closely with Courtney for years and was not aware that the county water line that ran across the creek was on private property and that it even existed, complicating the matters for all of the residents. It was only after the state representative intervened and urged action from me, said he was going to push on his end and he needed the residents to push on his end to get the county to sponsor, which has been agreed upon. But why did it take us to find this program? This should be something that the department already knows about. This is a well-known program. We have an issue with the Parks and Rec allowing the Frisbee golf course to be built and not have a professional landscaper. What that did is that caused flooding in a different respect out there in Ruinstrath that we have to deal with, because that was gone unanswered and not regulated. You mentioned about the GID. Ruinstrath GID has been brought up. It has been said it will be done. Charlotte, Mark, Jennifer, you guys have all stated that when I asked specifically if we will have to go on county water and sewer, and you specifically said yes, one or the other. Yes, in our meeting at GST. The other thing is there's no caps on this. It could be $6, it could be $12, it could be $100 a year later. We don't know, so you approving this without any number is concerning. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charlie Hone. I'm a local rancher. We live out on Mottsville Lane, probably the most flood-prone area in this valley. I'm also the chairman of the Water Conveyance Advisory Committee and a board member of the Carson Valley Conservation District. So with all due respect to these people, I think I'm a little bit more qualified to talk about this. And I'm going to say that it's something we need to do. How it's constructed and paid for, I have some real concerns about, but I think that it's high time that something was done. I mean, most of these people are in bed at warm at night during a flood when I'm out driving up and down the road in my backhoe cleaning the culverts under Mottsville Lane. I mean, in 2017, I even fished a dead zebra out of a culvert. Yeah, a horse-like animal with black and white stripes. So, it's something that, we need to take care of, and I hope you guys will pass it, and then in future meetings we can figure out how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hone.
Thank you. Denise Baronio, for the record. I am a 33-year resident of Douglas County, and I have lived in every corner of this valley, from Ruinstrath to Foothill to the Ranchos, Johnson Lane, And for anybody who thinks that the Ranchos or Genoa is not affected by flooding because they're at a higher level, you are incorrect. If you lived here during the 97 flood, you couldn't get home for 4 days. You couldn't get back to the Ranchos. You couldn't get to Genoa. I slept in a bank for 2 days at my job because I couldn't get home. So everyone's affected. Ingress, egress, whether you have the water at your house, whether it's infrastructure that's affected, you are all affected by flooding. The bottom line is floodwater mitigation must be funded, and stormwater management plans are the best and least expensive way to do that. The cost will be nominal, whether it's through utility tax or through sales tax. I think that we need to look at Carson City as was presented in the presentation today. They really had the foresight years ago through question 18 that not only did they protect their river corridor and preserve the floodplain, but they protected agriculture lands and were able to create sustainable outdoor recreation assets within the floodplains to help create conservation and stewardship efforts. Let's face it, the entire valley is an alluvial fan. Whether or not we have the agricultural community as a part of this, I think it's really big concern of mine that they are at the forefront of this. I think they should be excluded from any fees going forward. They are the managers already of the floodplain, so we're just helping that progress, and they need to be excluded from any fees. Flash flooding can occur throughout the watersheds in our valley. It can destroy infrastructure like roads and pipelines, pose risk to people and animals who may not see them in time. Been a victim of that. The alluvial fans can widen and deepen, especially in heavier rains, and they can contaminate groundwater by providing a pathway for surface pollutants, all of which happened this year in the September rain event in Runstrath, which again, I could not get home during that event. So my house didn't flood, but I still couldn't get home because of the flooding. Mitigation is the key to success here, and while there are efforts to manage water resources and provide warnings, the ultimate solution is sustainable water management. The cost will be nominal for the return. If you don't have stormwater management, you will continue to see flooding events like the one in September. Quality of life. Carson City's open space program, established in 1996, provided over $72 million towards flood mitigation, conservation easements, purchasing of public and private lands to preserve the floodplain and create sustainable outdoor recreation and conservation opportunities. We need to mimic what they are doing. I think it's really important that we take a look at what Carson City did and to bank on their success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baronia. Mr. McCullough.
James McCallum for the record. I also want to disclose I'm on the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking as a resident, specifically a resident of the Ranchos. In the past, we've had a disease in Douglas County, and I like to call it kick the can-itis, because we put things off. It's easier to not do something than it is to do it. So it was easier to not build the Justice Center when the need for it was identified, and then it costs much more when you get around to it. So this has not served the county by doing this. Right now, we're standing in a valley between two mountain ranges with a river running down the middle, debating whether we need to do something about stormwater. This is something that's been an issue since, well, some of the pictures I've seen go back to 1872. I think we've all been aware this is a problem that we haven't solved. Tahoe is basically a community between a mountain range and a lake. Obviously, stormwater is an issue. I don't think this is new. I live in the Ranchos, and we do maintain our stormwater. We do spend money on stormwater. However, I can't get to my doctor, a supermarket. I can't get to any of the services because all our services are on 395. So we don't protect the core of our community. We're all affected by that. So I think everybody should pay. I do think people that are in a more flood-prone area maybe should pay more. But I think it's all our problem. We are, as someone said, I believe, Nathan, we're one county. And we need to think about things that way and not think about, well, my house doesn't flood, so I don't want to pay. Because then, you have a doctor appointment you can't get to, and you're going to blame the county. So I really, there's an expression in, I think it must have been government that came up with it. It said, I've been doing so much with so little for so long, and now I believe I can do everything with nothing. I'm sure Courtney Walker's felt that way. She has not had much funding to do everything she's done. And I think she does a great job. She's taught me a lot about ditches, among other things, which is a big part of stormwater. So I think that this is a program that has worked throughout the country. We know it works. It's worked for other people. I think it'll work for us. I think we have to do it. Thank you.
Jim Slade. I'm sorry for anyone that has to endure flooding, and I'm sure that the county is well-intentioned in their desire to try to prevent all flooding in Douglas County. But many would consider the cost to do so as prohibitively expensive, and that the proposals put forward so far are not equitable when we compare who would primarily benefit from the infrastructure compared with who would be likely to pay for it. Let's start with this. Of the $80 million in capital improvements listed previously, every single dollar would be for projects in the Pine Nut drainages from Johnson Lane to the Ruinstrath area. And for the $140 million listed on page 220 today, 98.5 would go to that, percent would go to that same area. So it's clear who stands to benefit the most. The county claims that this infrastructure is now essential, but wasn't it equally essential in the mid-90s after 3 flash floods? Yet the county did nothing except to continue to allow large development projects in the known paths of alluvial flash floods. Due to those past county failures, now you want everyone to pay for the incredibly expensive infrastructure that will primarily benefit only one section of the county. So what are the alternatives to a countywide utility fee? In discussing funding sources, the county quickly dismisses developer impact fees, which the county is allowed to impose, claiming that they wouldn't raise enough money, while ignoring the fact that they would be a significant step in the right direction. By requiring those fees on new homes built at the base of the pine nuts, those who would most benefit end up paying more, which is as it should be. Why does the county always seem to let developers off the hook? Regarding special assessment districts, the county has shown 6 different districts, all at the base of the pine nuts, and then states, quote, water flow is rarely confined to a specific area, making it difficult to create districts that accurately represent costs and benefits. Yet for some unexplained reason, they totally ignore the obvious consideration of having one large assessment district to include all 6 contiguous areas. Why is that? The county likens the proposed utility fees to those for water and wastewater providers on page 217, while completely ignoring the fact that only those who utilize those services pay for them. It states that such a utility was proposed in both 2009 and 16, but didn't move forward due to criticism and unwillingness from residents. Why are you willing to ignore that now? Page 219 states that a utility fee would require broad public support. You should put this to a vote of the people. I don't think you need to choose one funding option to the exclusion of all others. I think you should utilize developer impact fees and a single assessment area to put more of the burden on that area most affected. That would make a utility fee at a lower rate more palatable to others in the county.
Good morning, I'm John Coburn. I'm a retired hydrologist, and I've been studying the floodplains and flooding issues in Douglas County since 1991. I'm wondering, is it possible to put a particular slide up on the screen? This is the one that says Future Critical Land Inventory. It has a map of the valley. It's on page 7 of the, well, it might be slide 14. There you go. Thank you. So I want to start by saying I applaud the county's effort to bring this to the public and to propose a stormwater utility. I've been very impressed with the stormwater program so far. Courtney and her staff are doing excellent work all over the county. And I want to point out that every time we have a flood in Douglas County, which is fairly often, people always say, why didn't the county do something? Or why didn't the county maintain this? Or why isn't there any infrastructure here? And I've heard it for 28 years. I want to also point out that we have so many different kinds of floodplains. As you can see on that map, all those dark areas are on the left. You have the Carson River floodplain, which is wide, over 2 miles wide in places. And on the right, you have it shows some of the alluvial fan floodplain coming out of the pine nuts. And they both flood. They're quite different. We often get flash floods in the summer on our alluvial fans, and there are some on the west side as well on Foothill Road. And then every 10 or 20 years, we get a major flood in the Carson River. And so we have major flooding problems. We really need a stormwater utility. One thing I'd like to just point out is that acquiring critical floodplain lands, on that map, I believe it's the yellow that shows what have been defined as the critical lands in the floodplain. So they do get flooded, and I don't know all the criteria, but if those were acquired, that would prevent people from putting subdivisions there. And I want to just mention that they're not being bought. It's a conservation easement, which means that if a rancher that owned that land wanted to, he could be paid for the development rights. And it would be a willing seller, a willing buyer, and they would appraise the land and find out what those development rights are worth. And if that happened, it's a conservation easement, which means there won't be even one house every 19 acres, I believe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Ms. Casey.
Maureen Casey, Chair, Planning Commission. One thing that was not mentioned in the 2020 master plan, our open space element, we had a policy that said to develop a funding source for agricultural preservation. And unfortunately, we have not done that yet. This fund will create some monies that will go towards funding that policy and that goal. This is just a drop in the bucket, but for every dollar, there will be a matching fund. Those funds are available. And we are exploring other methods of garnering funds towards ag preservation, towards buying conservation easements. Also, when we update the master plan in 2027, by having the enterprise fund and the fee, we will be able to seamlessly fold the stormwater master plan into the master plan itself. And it allows us to put the policy of having agricultural preservation and tangible goals in place instead of having ethereal goals, which we have carried over from the original master plan. And on the Planning Commission, we hear constantly, no more development, save the open space. And I know the Board of Commissioners hears it as well. But if we have nothing to fund that conservation effort, it's a pie in the sky dream. So I urge the board to create the fund, and when it comes time to establish the fee, it makes all of our jobs easier, and it supports the Douglas County, the agricultural community, all of those things that we love. Thank you.
Again, Russell Byington, for the record, president and major owner of Gillespie Land Livestock. My family's been operating that ranch for over 75 years in this valley. We have done a conservation easement. We're not really in the major floodplain, but we've done a conservation easement. This county has tried 2 different times to put a tax on for conservation easements, and the people here voted down. This is a way to start something for conservation easements. To address you, Mr. Tarkanian, if you don't think your rancho has floods, good luck. We won't send Chinooks and Deuce and a Halfs next time when you can't get medical, when you can't get food, and you can't get anything else. It's all of us together. And one last thing you have to think about is a thing called the Alpine Decree, a federal decree that declares what will happen with all water out of this Carson watershed. You think you can build just a dam up there easy? And Fallon's not going to scream that we stole water from him? 20 years ago, 30 years ago, my father and a few other ranchers built up a couple of dams, made them a couple inches higher, and Fallon has raised nothing but crap over that since. Realize that you have a water conveyance committee. Someone from that committee addressed you today. You need to use them. You need to live by what they tell you. You made the retirement center, or whatever you want to call it, on Waterloo an evacuation center. You're not going to get there. The water just irrigating in the past 2 years, just to irrigate my ranch and a few other ranches, we flooded Lampe out just with irrigation water because whoever designed that crossover on Waterloo did not do it properly and did not do it per the Water Conveyance Committee recommendations. Don't cheapen things, guys. Get this in, get the money, and let's start moving water around this valley in the best way we can to protect as many people as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchings.
Yeah. So Jeremy Hutchings, speaking as an individual, in support of the staff's recommendations presented here. But I would also like to add or echo some of the other comments that I think it's a good idea to exempt agriculture. Thank you.
Award for being brief. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mickey Hempler. I am a longtime lake resident, also a member of an advisory board, but I'm speaking as an individual. I want to thank Courtney for bringing up the elusive credits that most people don't understand. I think I'm in a very small minority at the lake, and even a smaller one down here in the valley, that understand what needs to be done at the lake at a state level, I believe, that requires stormwater maintenance. The GIDs, a lot of them, most of them are very small. They are supposed to take care of stormwater. They don't have the funding to do that kind of thing. So I am very much in support of this utility fee. I think it's a great idea, and my response to the board here is to be bold, be brave, make the hard decisions, but be fair. Thank you.
Dan Ainsworth. I commend the county manager and their stormwater team for the research work they've done and what they're proposing and recommending, a countywide utility fee. We can't do nothing. Assessment districts on the East Valley side would be virtually impossible to analyze and structure fairly, and it's not a comprehensive approach. Quarter-cent sales tax doesn't raise enough money and would be toxic to some commissioners, as most of you know. Flooding in our county affects all of us to some degree, some more than others for sure, but this is not the time for parochial thinking, such as it only floods over there. So let's look at why a utility fee is a logical way to proceed. Over 2,000 counties and communities in the U.S. have stormwater utilities. Douglas County is a community. Nate, you'll like this. Yes, there's Tahoe, the Carson Valley, and the South County Topaz area, all different but all together on many issues. We all have fire danger. We all have schools to support. We all have a business community to support. We all want to keep our county rural, think open space. We do those things in different ways, but we all pitch in for a common goal. We all pay for those things except open space directly. This fee would actually do that. I think we all need to contribute to a solution, a fair one and an affordable one. It appears to be affordable. We need to ensure fairness. In that regard, I suggest that an ag exemption in some way, shape, or form be included for those properties that regularly absorb floodwaters, and also that there would be an enhanced flood-prone area or areas that would be assessed a higher fee than those in theoretically flood-free areas. So I recommend the board direct the county manager to approve this and proceed to approve this and direct the county manager to proceed with the next steps, a fair rate structure inclusive of the tenants that I just noted above. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Menz. I'm a resident of the Ruinstraw, about half a block from where Smelter Creek currently is. And my home is located on a previous alluvial field that is about 6 feet deep that I discovered when we first moved up here in 2012 and had to dig a new leach field for our septic tank. I do not want to surrender my well or my septic tank. None of my neighbors do either. We like living out in the country where we can actually see the stars at night and not have dependence on something that can happen downstream. I lived in downtown Sacramento for 45 years. My house was flooded twice when the flood mitigation stuff that is very important to the city of Sacramento was overwhelmed. Got 4 inches of water in my basement. It was only a 6-inch step down. But still, I'm not unfamiliar with the risk of flood and what it can do. And this recent flood in the Ruinstraw, it came up across the street from my house. But in 2010, sometime around there, you passed an ordinance that anybody who was on an alluvial field, a new house built, had to have a 24-inch crawl space. I have that. So I was not as worried as my neighbors were. Please, you're going to call this a utility and a utility fee. Are you going to create a new utility, or am I going to be subject, or is it going to be collected by the current water or sewer? Because I don't want to connect to them. I know what plumbing costs, and I know how long that line's going to have to be to join the Ruinstraw. I don't have a spare $30 or $40 million in my pocket, and I know that even amongst all of my neighbors, that would be a hard number to come up with, and that's probably only at about the 10% match. So please, would you please make sure that you understand in plain, simple English how this fee will be collected. And if it's a separate utility, I'm fine with that, because that's that utility bill, but not associated with receiving drinking water and sewer services. I have 4.8 acres of rights to surface water in this county that I cannot collect any other way.
Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Ron Wengler. I have a few little comments, starting with one of the gentlemen just brought up why the commercial builders aren't paying a better share of all of this. It really is a wonder, I think, to just about everybody, why that hasn't been addressed before now. As far as the acquisition of properties, I'm not quite sure if that's to do these, like in my area, Dressler and Centerville, where there's an overflow area. There's many of them. The other building right there at Centerville and Dressler behind the it's the Indian health care place. Is if that's what you're talking about in trying to access or properties from let's say the ranchers and stuff like this, it was said that we don't have the money to access that, but what if they agreed to let us do that and give them a tax exemption over a period of time to offset what it would cost us? We could move much quicker with that, okay? Let's see. So an assessment on the utility. I'm, GID. I pay my water and sewer and everything. We pay, I think, for waste treatment. GID does. But how would you do that? Because GID is not connected with the county that way, my understanding. I'm just wondering how that would work. Someone had up on there assessing people by the size of their house. Well, I live in the Pleasant View Estates. A lot of them are big. Most of the people are seniors. A lot of them are single women. To charge you by the size of your house, where many of the people in other areas, they've got several kids, they may have 4 or 5 cars, they're using the infrastructure, which we're going to take money from infrastructure roads. I don't think that's a good way to, assess people. Personally, my finding is with the sales tax or a addition to our property tax that could be, let's say, manipulated later on. Once it's there, it seems like it never leaves. I would rather pay a one-time assessment on my taxes for 1 year to acquire the money we need to do the matching funds. Then see how that works with that money, come back again if we need more, but rather than imposing a perpetual property tax assessment on top of everything is not something I would like to do. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Tanner. Hello, commissioners, staff, and public. I'm not going to speak to my qualifications on this. There are many. I've sat on governing boards, very large, some of the largest in the nation, for stormwater resources. I've seen some good. I've also seen excessive overregulation and diversion of funds. I realize this will happen. I sincerely hope the public will realize this will not prevent the majority of the events mentioned here today, but it is a step in the right direction. I strongly recommend a public oversight committee to assure accountability for every dime, and I think the whole public will, as you would agree, insist upon that. And I think that a lot of good things are outlined here, but we need to really watch out because this monster can get big in a hurry. And I've seen it, and I've seen good things, like I said, and I've seen some terrible things. Thank you.
Jacqueline Paris, Rinstrath resident and prior rancher in California. We dealt with water issues back then. It was a 12,000 acre ranch, and to this day, 20 plus years later, nothing has been done. So we've seen that happen. As much as I do believe that there is a need for something to be done, trust the process isn't going to work. We need a clear-cut plan. I've been sued by my neighbor for stormwater moving uphill, and the county did absolutely nothing, even though it was the builder's problem. Yes, we built the house, or we bought the house, and we did end up moving the water underground, but the county loves to wash their hands of issues. This needs to be a clear-cut plan where it is open to everyone to understand. Trusting the process isn't going to fly this time, and I believe that as myself and other community leaders and community members don't really trust the county when it says trust the process. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Donna Tanner for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Unknowns, that's what I keep hearing from all these people, whether they're for or against it, are the unknowns and how this is going to pan out. And I want to expand a little bit on what Nathan said before this all started, was that there's some things that are unknown. And one of those things is when these funds get put into place, most of us would agree that serious guardrails need to be put in. And I just, off the top of my head, start thinking about, well, when we raise the rates, we'll have a meeting and people can come and talk about it and they can say what they feel about raising the rates or not raising the rates or what you're spending the money on. But ultimately, it'll be voted on maybe by not people, you people, but maybe somebody else. So it's really important that we do this now and make sure that everybody's comfortable with how it looks when it goes through. You're going to vote on this fund, and it feels a little bit rushed. Not that you guys haven't done research, but in the details and the things that make people feel comfortable, like the rate hikes, how it's going to work. Those things seem to be a little ambiguous and saying, well, let's get started with it, and then we'll do it as we go kind of thing. People just don't like unknowns. And so I think that you guys should take that into consideration and maybe hammer out some more details before you just say, hey, we're going to vote on it and then we'll make it better as we go. Because a lot of people here feel nervous about that. So thank you very much.
James Holman for the record. I am not a native Nevadan, but I am a sixth-generation rancher. We have had some of these issues up in Oregon with some of the water issues in eastern Oregon. I don't doubt that something needs to be done about some of this water runoff. I think we can all agree that something needs to be done. One of my main concerns is what was brought up earlier about the Water Conveyance Committee. Most of us that are on that committee or attend those meetings, we are producers in the valley. I would implore you guys to start listening a little bit more intently to our suggestions as a Water Conveyance Board. Some of those commissions or some of those boards' comments have largely felt to a degree to have fallen on deaf ears. I think it's important that we involve the local community that's involved in agriculture, try to support our local producers, make it in a viable fashion that not only supports your goals, but also is beneficial to not only the community, but also our ag community. Also, it was mentioned earlier, and I want to correct the record, I think it was incorrect, but I may be incorrect as well. When we have a conservation easement on ground, you are in fact restricted, as I understand it, you are in fact restricted on what and where you can build. So I think that needs to be reflected. I think people need to be aware of conservation easements and how they work. I think that should be better publicized to the county so that people understand if this land is purchased for an ag conservation easement, these are the restrictions on that property. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Lamack. I'm a proud resident of Gardnerville in the Ruinstadt area. I'm asking you to vote no on creating this storm enterprise fund and authorizing a new storm utility. The proposal before us, you asked to approve a brand new county-wide fee with no rate study, no cost estimates, no explanation of what you will use for the constituents actually paying. The staff report even here says there's no physical impact because the fee structure hasn't been developed yet. I would ask why the commission support a fee without seeing fees actually being impacted. Approving this now effectually hands the county permission to charge residents whatever comes next. 5, 10 years down the road could change prices, whatever. However, we deserve to see the numbers and specific projects and the actual impacts before a new utility is created, and not afterwards. I urge you to vote no, and the full details presented to the public is discussed, and I thank you.
Looks like I'm last up to bat here. My name is John McDermott. I live at 1830 Bennett. My house was surrounded 360 degrees by water, no baloney. It went all through my vents, all through my house. The entire house was flooded. This problem has been around for a while. There's things I'm finding out I didn't know when I bought this home 22 years ago. I'm still finding things out. But some of these things that I've heard here today scare me a little bit. And a lot of the things I've heard have been all the preventative maintenance we've done. I've heard that about 3 times by different people in here. I don't agree with that. And I'm going to tell you why. If you're on the 1 yard line, you put on Marshawn Lynch, one of the greatest running backs, to go in there? Or do you take a rookie off the sideline that's never played a game? You take the star and you run it in there. And I'm going to tell you something. I've heard kick the can. Well, I agree with that. The can has been kicked down the line here. The ball's been dropped. This is the equivalent of throwing darts at a dartboard with a blindfold on. It makes no sense. I disagree with this measurement because I hate to say this, but so far what I have seen from the star leadership has not been star performance. You don't put in the rookie to go on the 1 yard line. You put in your star guy or your star gal, whoever that is. And I've heard maintenance many times that have been done. I'm sorry, what maintenance? The Smelter Creek that we are all being affected by, a lot of us, has been silted in for 3 years at least, maybe 2. I don't know exact measurements of that. But where was the maintenance when this thing was silted in? I mean, I could have dug the whole damn thing out myself with a backhoe or an excavator in probably 2 weeks by myself. So I don't understand. They have equipment. I know the funding is short. I've heard that a million times. But I don't think this measurement is the answer, and I don't trust the person holding the ball right now. And that's about all I have to say about that. Thank you for your
Madam
time.
Chair, I got a real quick response. Coach Pete Carroll decided not to give the ball to that running back, and they threw an interception instead and cost him the Super Bowl.
And look what happened. That's what I was referring to exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Qualls, and I'm a Runstroth resident. I appreciate the time from the Madam Commissioner and the Commissioners. I'll be real quick here. I think most of the good people here realize that we have an issue, but they're asking for everything to be done in a fair manner. And I think in response to Commissioner Tolbert's thoughts about things not getting off the rails, that you should look at some caps on this so that it just doesn't get out of hand. Being a Runstroth resident, I'd like a little clarification. Is this going to be a fee, or are we going to be forced to get on city septic and water and then pay the fee? Because that's not anything that we want to do. We live in Runstroth for a reason. So I'd like some clarification on that, if possible today. Thank you.
Yes, I can clarify that. We're not talking about water or sewer today. Nobody's proposing required a hookup to water or sewer as part of this measure. I mean, somebody may be talking about it, but not somebody related to the county. It's not part of what we're looking at. Mr. Gibson.
Good afternoon, Jason Gibson, House of Gibson. We were here last year when about 30 residents petitioned the board for monies to help offset the costs and expenditures related to redirecting those floodwaters. We were here last year when Charlotte Hells, Madam Chairman, denied the $11,000 that those residents were asking for, despite the fact that there was $9 million on the table for the American Rescue Plan Act. You remember that. Here we are again. I don't know how many of you folks received any relief from the American Rescue Plan Act, but we didn't see anything. We didn't get a tax break. None of our grants were entertained. None of the small business relief came through. Now you're saying that the purse strings are tight. We just can't help you. We're committed to this, that, and the other. And we'll remind you once again that the organizational principle is not sustainable. It's unlawful.
We're talking about stormwater, Mr.
I'm talking about
Gibson.
stormwater, I'm talking about management, I'm talking about funds allocation, I'm talking about the way that you organize the resources of our county. And you don't want to hear it. And you will not change anytime soon.
Is there any other public comment?
My name's Alice Gingrich. I'm a Ruinstrath resident for 45 years. I know that there are a lot of people in the county that they don't want to be burdened by extra taxes. Unfortunately, our county is growing in leaps and bounds. You can say, I don't want to pay my fair share of anything like this, but I can say, I don't call the police out to my house. A lot of people do. People have drug problems, alcohol problems, speeding on the roads. I don't use them. I obey the law, okay? You have schools. My children don't go to these schools. I don't want to support the schools. That's not how a community works. We are in it as a community. Like many people have said, we're all affected. We may not agree on the way this needs to be funded, but we do agree on one thing: it needs to be taken care of. Okay, I've lived down there for 45 years, never been affected by floodwater. Somebody built a dike up on Smelter Creek. There was no oversight. Nobody watched it to see, was it filling up? Was it going to cause problems? Well, it caused a problem because people that were never affected were affected. I mean, I had water under my house, mud in my garage after 45 years. No, it's because the levee broke that nobody was checking on. And who's going to do the oversight for all of these people cleaning out their section of Smelter Creek? Who's going to be in charge of that? We're going to depend on the goodness of the homeowner halfway up the hill who may not have the resources to do that? I mean, these are little things that equal big things. So I think we need to, there's a lot of things that need to be looked at more closely. They need to be laid out properly to the community. I think a solution can be found, but I don't think we can overlook the little problems that are creating the big problems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank the commission and the board for listening to our comments and our concerns. I'm Chick Moxley. I'm a resident in the Ruinstrath area, Buckskin Lane. My home was built in '87 during a flood, and at that time, pieces were built in 5-acre parcels, and the floodplain was allowed to work, and the water ran around the north side of the house, and we haven't had any problems since. But since that, we've had high-density building in the floodplain areas without proper infrastructure. And infrastructure should be first. And it's a danger to the homeowners and the families if the infrastructure isn't put in. And overpopulation strains the environment and increases pressure on the ecosystem. The alluvion fans are not able to work because there's been homes built in the area, in the property that needs the alluvion fans to work. The ranchers, like Park Ranch, have the common sense of the potential for flooding and the damage that it can occur. You don't put the cart before the horse. You build the infrastructure first. And my concern is the county looking for a bailout with this new utility assistant tax hike to help for the construction of the Muller Lane Parkway. And what guarantee as taxpayers do we have that it will help our current property owners? We enjoy our lifestyle, our wells, and our septic systems. In Douglas County, environment cannot support high-density building. Please consider a moratorium on building until infrastructure can be funded. Like 5 years of no building until we can get the funding first. Let's put the infrastructure in and then start the building. So I thank you for your concerns and listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Moxley. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. If I would suggest that we break now for lunch and reconvene at 2:15. Well, I don't know, I'll listen to what you guys. All right. I have some questions that came up during public comment that I would like to have answered. So I think I'll start with those and you guys can jump in with questions and then we can deliberate. There were questions about the GIDs collect fees for stormwater management. And now there would be, if we pass this, there would be a utility fee that is collected for stormwater management. Generally, could someone from the county address how those two systems would interact?
Madam Chair, I can take that question. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. We're talking about different drainage infrastructure. So the towns and GIDs maintain the drainage infrastructure within their jurisdiction and control, which is the drainage infrastructure within their boundaries. The pieces that we are proposing the county would take on as part of this utility are outside of the jurisdiction and control, but impact the towns and GIDs. Specifically, for example, the Pine Nut and Buckeye washes are very much upstream and outside of the boundaries of the two towns. But both of those washes flow towards the two towns and have impacts on the residents of the towns of Minden and Gardnerville. The towns do not have the authority to take on maintenance projects related to regional infrastructure outside of their jurisdictions. That is the difference that we are emphasizing here.
Thank you. Questions were brought up regarding how will this fee be collected. I think the concern was that certain property owners might be forced to connect to sewer or water just so that they could be charged for the stormwater utility fee. We've said over and over today that's not what we're talking about, and that won't happen. But let's do pause for a moment and talk about generally what is the thinking about how these utility fees might be collected.
So, Madam Chair, as part of this process, that is one of the decision points that the County Commission will undertake in public hearings, is decide how we will collect these fees. We could send out direct utility bills to customers or people receiving the services. We can also place it on the tax bill and have it paid that way. There are pros and cons to both mechanisms if we were to do that, and that would be the subject of discussion. Madam Chair, if I may expand on my answer, because I think it's important to clarify, there was a statement made by Ms. Christensen under public comment regarding statements that you, the Vice Chair, and I all made at a public meeting, and I think there's been a misunderstanding. During the public neighborhood meeting out at Runstrath, there was a member in the audience who specifically asked, when we were discussing, I believe it was related to my comments regarding the county's plans to bring forward a utility proposal for stormwater. I believe a member of the ag community asked the question about whether or not the county could instead create a GID for Runstrath. And our answer to that question was yes. There are a variety of mechanisms, special assessment districts, creation of a giant GID, or other things that the county could pursue, but ultimately we are recommending the creation of a utility. The fees that we collect for the creation of a utility can only be used for the purpose the utility was established. And we are proposing establishing this utility for the limited purpose of stormwater management and administration. So therefore, the creation of this program would not trigger any mandatory requirement for anyone in Douglas County to connect to water and sewer services. Also, I think it's important to note, even if the county wanted to establish mandatory sewer service for Runestrath residents, Runestrath is not within the service area boundary of the county's sewer utility. MGSD is the service area boundary for the county's sewer utility. So the entity that would set up or connect the residents to sewer service would not be a county entity, and they cannot do it on a mandatory basis. I also want to state, actually, I'm gonna stop talking. I want to see if either of you, because the two of you were called out also regarding your comments. I didn't know if you wanted to add to that.
Okay, I've been asked by many members of the public, especially in the Runestrath area, about sewer and water and the requirement to hook up. And I am aware that a resident that lives adjacent to a water line that travels from the fairgrounds, I believe, down to the fire department there on Pinto, wanted to drill his well deeper and was denied by the state, and was required to hook on to the county water that goes adjacent to the property. So I'm aware of that, but that's the only one that I'm aware of. I think those comments were taken out of context we have recognized, and we did a water study, a water quantity study, and a water quality study that this county endorsed in 2021, I believe it was. And the quality study has already come back to us. I think it was a couple of years ago that came back to us. And it indicated that the Runestrath area has an increasing, by the day, nitrate plume that's occurring and has occurred for a long time. And it's only continuing to get worse because the aquifer is not recharging at its appropriate or previous levels, okay? What that creates is unsafe conditions for our residents. We have instituted a program where we require denitrification systems on septic systems, but at some point in time, and probably not in my lifetime and probably not in the lifetime of most individuals in this room, will that issue be resolved because the financial requirements to resolve that issue are non-existent. So I would, and it's been encouraged by this board previously, that if you have and the Runestrath area is completely on septic, the TRE system is completely on septic, and there's a lot of other septic systems around the county. We suggest that you have those cleaned out on a regular basis. And if you can afford it, put a denitrification system on that. So I believe that's why we recognize that, but there's no requirements, and right now, and financially, I don't see it happening. And so, once again, I think those comments were taken out of context, and I hope that the residents here that are in Runestrath, I'm very happy to see so many residents out at this forum today, out at this board meeting. That is very important, and we rely on a lot of public comment. Can I go through my other comments here now? Or?
No, I have two more questions. It's been asked the idea of not making this perpetual, and I have asked you previously, County Manager Davidson, if you might, if you had considered enacting this utility fee until the major drainage systems were created, and then removing it. And so I would like to ask that again because it's come up today about whether this should be perpetual.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Many of the services that would be provided and are provided today by the Stormwater Management Program are ongoing, routine, day-to-day operating services that we would not propose ever discontinuing. And the assets that we are talking about completing, the infrastructure we're planning to install, needs to go on a repair and replacement schedule. They have a useful life. You don't just build something and then never set aside any money for the eventual replacement of that asset. That is a quick way to walk off a fiscal cliff. It's not financially responsible or fiscally sustainable. For those reasons, I would say that this program would need to be ongoing. I appreciated the public's and the board's comments today about the desire for oversight. I'm very intrigued by a couple of the ideas that were proposed today, including references to an oversight committee, a second set of eyes on this. We have an audit committee. We have water conveyance. I really think that today was a good indication of how this program can be structured moving forward, incorporating public feedback in a way that gets us all to the level of comfort that I heard very clearly the public wants us to have in this situation. And I had not thought of those ideas, the committee idea, water conveyance participating in this. I thought about engaging with them, the water conveyance as a stakeholder, but not as a member of an oversight committee for this. There's a lot of really good ideas here. And this is all very important for the public process moving forward. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. And more, answers the question, and more good ideas. So that's great. I guess the last thing I would address that came up in public comment was, why are we taking action now when the details haven't been articulated and outlined about what the fee would be and how this would be collected and all those other details? And my understanding is that if county staff were to go into a lot of work to flesh out all those details, including engaging an expert contract with the contract, an expert consultants who can help us with this, we would be investing a lot of money and time into something that this board may or may not ultimately be interested in even hearing about. So it's just part of the process that today what we're doing is giving the county staff direction that we want to hear more about this. We want more details about this. We are leaning towards implementing this. Now go out and spend the time and the money to put a bunch of details, bring us some options that we can look at. And if we did the other before we did this step, that would be the cart before the horse, because we'd spend a whole lot of county resources that this board may or may not be interested in moving forward with. Do you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that was particularly well said. I don't think I could have done anything better. I would just say I very clearly pointed out the courage and leadership of the previous commission in creating the stormwater program and the important step forward that they took in 2018, 2019 in doing that. The cart before the horse argument, I would say, if there's one criticism, is that they created a program without identifying proper funding for it. And they set up a special revenue account for us to fund this from, with no dedicated funding source. That is not how government typically chooses to do business. Typically, government would map out a plan with our objectives, set a budget, identify funding, and move forward. We've done that a little bit backwards here, and so we're also, in addition to what you were saying, we're playing mop up a little bit. I think this is an important step forward for the county commission to indicate whether or not you think a utility is an idea worth pursuing. And I think we have defended very clearly on the record today the reason why we think it's justified.
Commissioner Tolbert.
I only have one question. It really piggybacks on this one. So I think I don't want to jump the line or anything, but so we keep saying trust the process, but can you, Ms. Davidson or the staff, define what this process is? What are we approving today? What's going to happen as a result? What is the process for this thing coming to fruition? Because if we're going to trust something, we need to know what it is. So the next step is to engage the company if we do it. And then that company does what? And then it comes back to what, can you just lay it out in a few steps of what this complete process that we're trusting looks like?
I do appreciate that question. I just want to interject. I'm not saying trust the process. I'm saying keep engaged, keep watching, keep being involved, and yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Tolbert, for your question. County Manager Jennifer Davidson for the record. So where do we go from here? If the board chose to authorize FCS to proceed with a rate study, we would begin the process with engaging with additional stakeholders and the county commission to identify the objectives that we want to accomplish with this program. There's some policy decisions that FCS group would need to engage with you on regarding the extent of land that you're looking to conserve as part of this program, regarding the specific capital projects that you would like to see included in this budget, regarding the various options about how the rate might be set. All of those will be public hearings that will proceed in the future, and the public will be given multiple opportunities to weigh in and comment on those. FCS ultimately will bring forward options for you to consider in terms of rates, take feedback from you and the public. If the rates they propose on the first meeting, which I've never seen happen, are acceptable to you, you could adopt them. Frequently what happens is that feedback is received at those meetings that result in adjustments to the rates that reflect the desires of the commission and the public to get to equitable numbers. I'm seeing several rounds of engaging back and forth in this process. Ultimately, the goal would be to have something in place prior to next fiscal year. So when we're looking at timelines, I'm anticipating a draft of this project or a draft of rates being presented around the March or April timeline, and engaging in back and forth till we get to what is acceptable with it locked and loaded by July 1.
Stormwater master plan also outlines projects.
Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Ritchie did remind me, the stormwater master plan itself does identify the projects and currently rates the priorities that we would pursue. But one of the policy decisions for this county commission is, do you want to take a hard look at the ranking in those? Do we want to adjust those projects in any way? And exactly how much funding, how many of those projects are we looking to accomplish in the rate setting window if the utility is adopted? So say typically you adopt a rate window of somewhere between 3 to 5 years. So you'd set a budget for that program for that period of time. What projects would we be looking to accomplish in the first 3 to 5 years of this program?
Any other questions? All right. Who's ready to jump in? Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. So I have to admit, too often we conduct studies, and this board and others have conducted studies and not had a plan to accomplish or implement the goals identified in those studies. That's been done a lot, okay? And it's frustrating that we spend public money on a study that bears no fruit, okay? We created a stormwater master plan with no plans on how we were going to accomplish that. Really, this is a plan to accomplish that. That's the way I'm seeing it. This is a plan to accomplish it. Now, I personally I'm in a conundrum and crossroads, and I'm going to have to own that. And I'll tell you tell the public right now, okay? When I ran for office the first time, I signed a pledge that says no new taxes without going to a vote of the people, okay? A no new tax pledge. I did not understand really the implications of that in this regard, okay? So I'm at a crossroads. If I don't do this, potentially our stormwater division goes away. That's not an answer. That is not an answer. That is and that's the easy decision, right? Is just say no. But that doesn't address this. We have been kicking this can down the road, as you've seen in the slides, for decades, and we have to do something. And so I'm owning that. I'm letting the public know I'm owning that right now. Okay, that did not have the foresight that this process and this program is going to create. We cannot, and so when that special revenue fund was formed in 2018, it was a very reserved amount of funds, but it also took money from our road maintenance fund and put it over there. Now, yes, the two are related, and so if we do storm mitigation, which has been done over the last 5 years, 6 years, that we created that stormwater division. When we do that, it protects our infrastructure, including our roads. So that it has had some impact there, but we can't continue down that road. Okay, and I understand that. Now, it's been mentioned by members of the public concerns about guardrails on these funds, right? Guardrails. Well, that's the reason why this is an enterprise fund versus a special revenue fund or a general fund, okay? Is there are guardrails that are put in place by the county in regards to enterprise funds. And so those funds, we can dedicate funds to those, but we can't take funds out of that and allocate them to other uses other than what is specifically put into the premise or the process of that enterprise fund. So there are guardrails also already in place, and as County Manager Davidson indicated, we have if there is any concerns by the public, we have a waste, fraud, and abuse hotline. We also have an audit committee, and that's their responsibilities, is to continue to oversee these things. And I rely and have relied very, very heavily when it comes to stormwater and water around the county with our Water Conveyance Committee, and I appreciate their continued. And they're a group of 5 ranchers, farmers that have been in this community forever, and we're probably they followed their other individuals that have been in this county, and yes, they move water based on the Alpine Decree, and so that's very much appreciated. And if it weren't for them, we would have a much greater problem than what we have now. So, anyways, we don't know what this is going to look like yet. We understand. I understand that, and it's not lost on me that development has exacerbated this problem. I understand that. And I've been very careful about projects that I've voted to approve in regard, and actually it's only one that I've voted to approve in this county since I've been a commissioner. So anyways, that's why I feel like we need to go forward with this. Let's stop kicking this can down the road. Let's put something in place. Let's return the $1.1 million back to our roads division for road maintenance. And let's move forward. Let's get it done this time. I don't want to be a commissioner that said, in 10 years from now, well, that commission looked at it and they kicked it down the road again to us. Okay, so that's where I am.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Are you kidding? I have nothing else to add after all that. The only thing that people were against is saying we don't know what it's going to be yet and so forth. But you don't know, but it's going to come back to vote for us. So what the rate's going to be, who is going to impact, and all that stuff, we're going to get a vote on that. This is just to get the process moving, which I think most people agree that there's a need for it.
Commissioner Tolbert.
I just wanted to add one additional comment, and that was I agree with Commissioner Tolbert in regards to adding an ag element to this of exempting ag.
All right, so I wrote all these out. You know, it was good. I was advised when I first started this job to make sure you clarify what you're thinking and where it makes it easier when it comes down the road. So I'm going to make all these one sentence just for you. So I think we've all recognized, and it's been beat to death, that this is something that's going to happen. It's something that happens all over. It affects everyone, whatever area you're in. There's lots of costs that go into stormwater. There's the people that are working for it. There's the infrastructure. There's the maintenance. There's going out and helping with the ditches. All those different things. They're real expensive and they're unavoidable and essential to preventing the flooding impacts that affect every resident. It's also important to acknowledge the significant role of our ranching community that they already play. I think we've hit that, but as we consider creating a countywide stormwater utility and fund, we must recognize that ranchers are already carrying a disproportionate part of this burden. Any equitable fee structure needs to reflect that reality and avoid penalizing the very landowners who are providing ongoing public benefit by maintaining the backbone of our floodwater management network. As we consider establishing this stormwater enterprise fund and moving toward a countywide utility, it's essential this effort be grounded in trust, transparent, and broad public participation. We all know the county has credibility challenges, and the only way to overcome those concerns is by ensuring that every step of this process is open, well explained, and accessible to the public. If we engage this third party to develop the rate, study, or fee, that work must not happen behind closed doors. Public input needs to be built into the process from the start, not as a formality at the end, or like we always consider a pat on the head when it's done. Here you go. This is the way it's going to be. We're not doing that. But as an integral part, that public involvement will be an integral part of shaping an equitable and defensible proposal. All residents, including ranching community, deserve to be at the table as partners. And by committing to full transparency and meaningful public involvement, I feel like we can move forward in a way that strengthens trust, protects those who are already shoulder much of the stormwater burden, and builds a stormwater system that serves the entire county fairly.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice, do you want to weigh in with comments?
Oh, why not? It seems to me that this is just the beginning of a process. What we're going to take a vote on today does not set the rates or anything else. We are adopting a resolution creating the Stormwater Enterprise Fund, and that's all that we're doing. The rest is yet to come, and I'm sure there will be plenty of oversight, plenty of public comment, plenty of gnashing of teeth, and in the end, we need to get this done. We tried getting this done several years ago, and we hit a brick wall. And so it wasn't that we established this without thinking about funding. It's just that it was not available to us. Nobody was willing to fund the process. Well, let's get the doggone thing funded, and let's move on from here. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll add my comments. It seems to me the most compelling argument against creating a stormwater utility is that when people choose to live in harm's way, that's a risk they should assume themselves. And that the rest of the county, the residents that live in the rest of the county should not have to fix the problem for those who knew or should have known when they were moving to property that's in the way of stormwater. Sort of related to that, but another principle that I think is compelling is that government should only do for people what they can't do for themselves. I believe in those principles that I've just stated, But that, to me, is not the end of the analysis. Given those principles, which I agree with, could there be justification for a stormwater utility and a fair way to proceed? So here are the considerations that I'm taking into account. In no particular order of importance. I note that extreme flood events are increasing, fires are increasing. Where there are fires, flood becomes a bigger problem. And we also have more accurate flood modeling now. These are all things that are changing and have changed in the past decade. A question is, can residents handle this themselves? Well, some, but not all. It's clear that the most efficient and effective way of managing some of this stormwater is upstream storage, and that's certainly not something that residents can tackle on their own. I also want to note, it's been said that, look, I buy insurance. People who live in the floodplain should just buy insurance and deal with their problems by buying insurance. Well, flood insurance doesn't cover all the damage that floods do. And I really feel bad for the Ruhenstroth residents. Whether or not they have flood insurance, their yards suffered great damage and tens of thousands of dollars of loss, sometimes in one property, from landscape damage and damage to buildings that are not their homes, like shops and such. Those things are not covered by flood insurance. So this isn't, even if residents get flood insurance, it doesn't eliminate their risk. Leveraging money is something that's better done by the government. So I understand that the grant money may be dwindling, but it's still out there right now. And who knows what will happen in the years to come. Will more grant money be available? And if government, as a county, we can spend $3 million and have $13 million worth of stormwater benefit, that's something that residents on their own could not do. Other considerations that I've thought about, we are building on a successful stormwater program. I do feel like we are kind of cleaning up some things that weren't done fully before, but I am grateful that that we know that we have a stormwater program that has a proven track record that's been efficient and effective. We have a foundation to build on. We're not starting at square one with the stormwater funds that we may end up approving. Also a consideration is the alternative to this stormwater utility is not status quo. To me, status quo is we continue spending $1.1 million for stormwater, and that money is taken from what would be spent on roads. Well, that money has to go back to roads. To me, you can't argue that. So we put that money back to roads. Then if we don't do this, we have no money for stormwater. And we go backwards. So the alternative is unacceptable. Some people say, how can this be fair when there are certain areas that are not as impacted by floods? Well, I did live here in 1997, and I remember airlifts of formula and diapers and milk to the ranchos because trucks couldn't get in there and people couldn't go out and shop. So keeping roads open affects everyone. And I also want to say that I heard previously when I was a candidate, I hear all the time as a commissioner, keep us rural, please keep us rural. Well, I have very few tools as a commissioner to help keep us rural. And now this could be one. And I am encouraged to think that there will be some farmers and ranchers who will want to conserve their property. And I will be pleased that we will have some funds. 25% is what's proposed of the proceeds of this utility fee could go to conserving ag land. And that's exciting to me. And that benefits everyone who wants our county to stay rural. Some people have said to me, well, won't this utility just encourage further growth? Well, I don't know if that's the case. Is that a reason not to do it? I don't think so, because I think the other reasons outweigh that. The ability of this board to control growth is more limited than the average person would think. We can refuse to do master plan amendments, and I'm on board with that. That would allow for more growth. But ultimately, property owners have property rights to build, and we have very limited ability to take those away. We do have the growth management ordinance, and of course that's subject for another day. But it could be said that the stormwater utility will decrease growth, at least in areas where we're able to buy conservation easements. I want to note that this stormwater utility is not intended to be an ultimate fix for all stormwater problems, and in many instances, property owners and neighborhoods will still have responsibility to take care of their own little creeks and private culverts, or if there are, is there such a thing? I don't know. Yeah, so the property owners are still going to be responsible. This doesn't remove all responsibility to the county, just for bigger regional things that are more efficiently dealt with as collectively rather than by individual property owners. I feel strongly that, as has been mentioned, ag needs to be exempted, and there should never be compelling conservation easements, just voluntary invitations, and make the program available when owners of critical lands want to participate in that. So for all of these reasons, I do, one more. It's been mentioned, well, why don't you do special assessment districts where you charge just the people who are, like maybe you do a very, very small stormwater utility fee for the whole county, but then you also do a special assessment district for those who are in harm's way, like maybe the people along the East Bench more. Well, I think what we have proposed is exactly that, without the additional administrative costs of a special assessment district, because we've said over and over again we want these rates to be equitable, which means people who live in certain areas could be charged more than people who live in other areas. So all of that left to be determined, but to me that is the avenue whereby this can be made fair. So for all of those reasons, I do support this action today. Is there a motion?
Okay, I'll make the motion. So I will move for the adoption of Resolution 2025R-102, creating the Stormwater Enterprise Fund effective December 20th, 2025. Number 2, authorize the creation of a stormwater utility for regional stormwater infrastructure, including a proposal for an equitable county-wide fee structure that exempts the ag community, and request a future agenda item reallocating the stormwater program's annual general funds, transfer funds, to the roads. Is that what you wanted?
I would just like to ask a question, Mr. Ritchie, on that about exempting the ag community at large. That's pretty vague. I think it should be considered, this wouldn't include a 1-acre home farm if they're not contributing to the storm. Is there a better way to clarify that?
Okay, so I will retract that line about the exempting, and we can address that in 11.2.
In that case, I'll second.
Beat me to.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner and seconded by Commissioner Rice that we approve this recommended motion. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously, and we. Okay. We will adjourn for a lunch break and reconvene at 3. All right, we'll start in 1 minute, so if you could take your seats. Agenda item 11.2 for possible action, discussion on a $128,316 contract with Financial Consulting Solutions Group, Inc., doing business as FCS, a Bowman company, for professional services related to the formation of the Douglas County Stormwater Utility and an equitable rate revenue analysis, and authorize the county manager to sign contract amendments up to 5% of the original contract amount. Phil Rittgerd, Director of Public Works, and County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Commissioners, thank you. Phil Rittgerd, Director of Public Works, for the record. What you have before you today is a contract and a plan proposal for a formation study for the stormwater utility, as well as a rate analysis. I want to preface it by I've got probably 6 or 7 things I need to talk about here, but I want to preface it with the first thing on the FCS group themselves, the Financial Consulting Services. They have performed over 200 stormwater rate studies for cities and counties across the western part of the United States. They're very familiar with, I would say, water flow, stormwater west of the Rockies, and they've also performed 30 stormwater formation studies in their history as well. We've used FCS, a different group within their organization, for our sewer and water utility rate studies, as have many other cities and counties around here. I would consider them to be sort of subject matter experts when it comes to these kinds of studies and this kind of analysis. Their approach, I think, I'm listening to the earlier item, there were some questions I think that we can help clarify here. Their approach, especially with the formation and then the rate studies itself, is sort of all-encompassing. It really is going to look at the master plan. It's going to look at the goals of the rate of the program, the capital programs, the entire overall structure, and then look at proposals or ways to create that type of revenue in an equitable way. That rate study will also include and take into consideration exemptions to various organizations or various entities within the county based on multiple factors. I think one of the things that is important with a utility, there is case law that says a utility has to be applied to be a utility and not a tax, has to be applied uniformly. So in a sense, on one level you could say the rate or the utility rates will apply to all, but it doesn't exclude the fact that there can then be exemptions for certain activities or certain things that are provided commensurate to that utility formation. I think that's when you ask about the agricultural community as the school districts, things like that, where school districts is an interesting one because it comes down to educational programs. They can provide that and as a way for an exemption. That's one example they made. The agricultural communities obviously provide services that could be used as credits or exemptions as well. But that is, I would caution about legislating that in today or putting that in today and allow that to be organic in the process and how the rates and the rate system comes to fruition. It will look at fiscal policies when they create the rates. So the fiscal policies will be consistent with our county, not other counties. There was a question earlier, or the comment earlier, about oversight. As a enterprise fund, in county code as an enterprise fund, the utility will need to report to this board on an annual basis. That's typically in February, on the fiscal health of the utility and their progress and any things that's going on there. So there is an automatic oversight as a result of this being an enterprise fund, not a special revenue fund. So I want to make sure that you're aware of that's built into this process as well. The program, the proposal in front of you has also built into it. When we asked for the proposal, it has in that there are up to four on-site meetings with the Board of County Commissioners and or the public. That will allow for public engagement and when we say Board of Commissioners meetings, it doesn't have to be formal here. It can be as public workshops, but the idea is that they would be conducted under the open meeting laws. So that's built into this process as well. I think that's the main points, unless there's something else the board would like to ask.
Madam Chair, if I can just add a few closing comments. Jennifer Davison, County Manager, for the record. There was a reference in public comment today regarding making sure you have the right team members, subject matter experts in place to ensure that we're proceeding appropriately with the formation of this utility. That is specifically why I asked Phil to join this team. Our Director of Public Works has the most experience on our team working with utilities, working with rate studies. I believe, aside from myself, I have over 15 years, close to 15 years worth of experience working with utilities, rate setting, and engaging in a thorough public process to ensure that we have the proper rates in place. Between the two of us, we worked on the consolidated water utility extensively with FCS Group, and that is why I asked Phil to jump in here to make sure that we had an experienced set of eyes working closely with FCS and ensuring that these rates can be the best version that they can be coming forward.
Thank you. I wondered about, I read the addendum or attachment to the contract that spelled out in plain language what they would be doing, and I didn't see meetings with the public, but I appreciate the explanation that Board of Commissioner meetings equated to meetings with the public. So they're obligated to 4 of those. And of course, we could do more of those without them to get more input on proposed rate frameworks. Are there questions about this agenda item? Okay. Then we will go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Ms. Waller.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the robust discussion earlier on part 1 of this. They really are not interchangeable, but do rely on each other. I do support that we need to do something, and that was heard and discussed well. I'm not sure. You've worked with FCS before, as just recognized by County Manager. The 128 seems like a substantial amount. I read the contract, I read it again. I wasn't sure why Douglas County isn't just obtaining mapping and all that other information from Acopia as stated, and then have FCS go through the process. It's just a process thing I'm asking about. It says the subcontractor Acopia will work with the county staff in an iterative process, providing quality control checkpoints to improve and ensure a high level of accuracy along the way. Deliverables include a GIS shapefile layer as well as relevant parcel information exported into Excel spreadsheets. This information will be used to create the rate options. So I didn't see the connection of why FCS, why that just didn't come to Mr. Ricker's team or your team. The rate design will incorporate impervious area-based methodologies for non-residential properties and evaluate tier or flat rate options. Again, that's not related to what this other subcontractor is going to do. Just to point, the certificate and notice should be mailed to Douglas County. Tom Delaire's name's missing an E. And then it goes in exactly what you just said. Board of County Commissioners meetings. The success of a rate study relies on an open and involved process for informing and educating the board and prospective ratepayers on the study process. This process needs to be clearly defined, the cost basis for the fees imposed on the customers by linking the financial requirements to costs and services provided. FCS will prepare for 4 on-site meetings with the Board of County Commissioners. Is there, again, I have no major background in stormwater. I was fortunate enough to have a project done by Courtney in my neighborhood, so got a little more information. But is this contract ironclad and tight enough, and do we have enough specificity? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Okay, in the nick of time. Welcome.
All right. Hi, my name is Nathan Smith, for the record. I am a county employee, but today I'm speaking as a resident of the town of Minden. So as a resident of the town of Minden, I already received the benefit of stormwater infrastructure within the town, and the town maintains that structure, specifically street sweeping and cleaning out drainage inlets. They currently do that. Street sweeping's under their road maintenance budget, and the drainage inlet, they just kind of do under general maintenance, so they don't have a specific fee they do for that. But my point is the residents already assessed and utilized that fee for maintenance. And my question is, why isn't that included in the matrix there under the direct benefits as part of the study? It just seems like town residents should get a discount because they're already contributing towards their stormwater maintenance. Furthermore, looking through the matrix on the rate study, I didn't see the base flood elevation as being listed. Talks about like impervious area, but it would seem to me the base flood elevation should be involved, and perhaps those in the FEMA flood designated areas might be assessed an additional fee. So instead of a discount, they might get a +1, because if this thing goes through, they'll be receiving the most benefit. Just made sense to me. And then lastly, I mean, this is slightly off topic, but related to how the funds would be spent. It seems to me that if funds are going to be spent, perhaps over $100,000, perhaps it should be audited by a third party to ensure the benefit cost ratio is greater than 1, similar to the review that FEMA does. And doing so would just ensure that the projects are cost effective, justify the public spending, and help prioritize the funding. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your thoughts.
Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson. It's my understanding that you expect us to absorb the costs of the maladministration of expenditures such as these. And we have placed a number of public information requests for a detailed breakdown of our tax obligation to the county, and we are constantly firewalled from receiving such. My understanding is that half of our tax bill is going towards a general fund, which likely funds the JLEC enterprise. We have never once in the 40 years of this county received equal protection under the law.
Mr. Gibson, we're talking about stormwater utility. If you want to come back and talk about that in general public comment, you're welcome to do so.
Okay, so is this about the funding, the funding of the stormwater utility?
Yep, so direct your remarks to that.
Okay, so you're expecting us to foot this bill, aren't you? You're going to expect the entire county to fund this project. That's us, that's me, that's my house. We don't use your services. We haven't signed up for your services. Your schools, your so-called JLEC institution, all of your utilities, we don't have a need for it. So you won't be getting any more money from us, and we will be checking out with a formal status declaration of your municipal de facto government. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Hello, Ms. Tanner.
Hi. I just, sorry. I have a quick kind of question. It seems like our staff has done a really great job doing this research and going out and looking at all these things. I'm just wondering if maybe their expertise might not be better than an outside person that would charge us money, and they know more about this place and how it all works than maybe an outside company would save us money. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there further board discussion? Commissioner Gardner?
Well, I did want to point out in reading the contract, beyond the, as Mr. Richter pointed out, that the 4 meetings are in regards to the Board of County Commissioner meetings, 4 meetings. However, there is also a lot of other public, it also indicates that there will be, trying to read it now, up to 8 30-minute monthly check-in meetings with county staff, so that's good, okay? And perform project setup activities. And then it also indicates further on down, prepare up to 4 issue papers. I think that's good too. And then meet with county staff at least 2 times remotely. So I respect the idea that a lot of times we have to contract out because we just don't have the expertise in staff. And as Mr. Richter has indicated, these people have done these around mostly in the western United States. So, and sometimes it's good to get an unbiased pair of eyes on things of this nature. And I think that's what it provides us with, so that they can look at what's worked in other counties and then give us an unbiased idea of what would work here. So anyways, I'm in support of this process.
So I'm against this process and this allocation of funds, not because the company may not be wonderful, as Mr. Richter had said, and maybe there is some expertise we need from them, but I've been on the board for 5 years now. We've had numerous times we've allocated hundreds of thousands of dollars for outside groups to do stuff that I think the county should at least get the first shot at. And I disagree a little bit with what Commissioner Gardner is saying, in that I think the county, I agree with what Ms. Tanner stated. The county has the best expertise. They should be the ones that come up with a proposal that they're going to be held accountable for. So I don't want an unbiased person. I want a county that's being hired by taxpayer money to look out for the benefit of the taxpayers, who knows the community, to make a decision on this and then be held responsible for that decision. Every time an outside group does this, it takes the responsibility away from the elected board and the hired employees, because they say, well, this is what the outside consultant said. It's a way of kicking the can down the road without having to be responsible for it. So this may well be a great company, may well be needed if that expertise is not within the county, but I sure think the county should try this first.
My comment would be that I don't think we're going to put an exemption for ag in a motion because that is too vague and implies things that we're not ready to make formal. But what I heard from this board and my expectation is that ag lands would be credited for the work that they have done in the past and will continue to do in the future for stormwater management. So that would be my summation of what I think I've heard from the board today. Commissioner Rice, do you have anything to add or ask?
No, the only thing that I would add is that I concur that this financial consulting solutions group would give us an unbiased look with so much suspicion about everything in the public eye. I think it's good to have somebody else look at this so that they can't say that we stacked the deck. And I'm all for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Oh, Commissioner Tolbert.
Wow, almost forgot me. No, I didn't write something up for this one because I really wanted to hear what everybody had to say. And I think Mr. Tarkanian's correct in that the county should be involved in this because we do know better. But I guess I need some assurance in this that this is going to be a team effort, right? And I think the public has to be a member of this team. And I don't see how the public actually figures into this other than we're going to go present to them where we're headed. And, you know, how does the public get their input in this? How is the ag community going to get their input into this? And then how, you know, I know you guys could probably do this. I also understand that fee structure, creating that as a science, and it's very specific, and there's a lot of things that go into it, statistics, and I mean, just plethora of nuance to it. So adding that to your plate, Mr. Richter, I would feel terrible doing. But adding you to the team where you can have oversight and you could plug in your knowledge, and Ms. Davidson obviously too. I feel like that, if we knew how that was plugging in and how the input was going to go in, that would alleviate some of the questions I have, I guess. Does that question make sense?
Yeah. Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. Our experience with the FCS group is this is not done in a vacuum by them. When we did the water utility rates, when we did most recently the sewer utility rate studies, they are the consultant working on our behalf, but staff is involved in this along the way. We're providing them with the financial data. We're providing them with the background and information from the county, and any kind of, and if there's, like we did with the water study, we did public workshops where we brought in, opened it up to the public so that there were engagement with the public and the various communities as to what we're looking at. I could even see in a situation like this that we would have, we could create some technical consulting or technical groups to bring the ag community in to review things in advance and look at the directions or what's happening, so that when we bring something forward to you as even a first pass, it's been vetted by some of the community, the local communities and stuff like that. It's difficult. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the basic process. To say that we have the technical expertise in-house, we'd probably be hiring people, truthfully. I think that's the other thing about this is when someone says, can't we do this on our own GIS? Sure, we can hire someone to do it. We've just spent the budget right there. We're not going to do this. This isn't done with the current staff, especially in GIS and the activities that they've got on their plate already. And even from the finance department standpoint, trying to pull together all of that information and have them go through the numbers, creating financial models. Because these financial models are really based on 20-year forecasts, 20-year lookouts. This is not what do I need to make $4 million next year? This is, what does a rate structure look like so that once it's in place, it's funding the next 20 years. And it becomes that, that's the reason these are not, their financial models, their financial projections are very detailed business plans, basically. Right? I mean, we're basically hiring a business consultant to set up a business, because that's what an enterprise fund is. An enterprise fund becomes a self-sustaining business where the revenue it generates supports 100% of its actual operating, and the yearly, the reason that the county code requires that to be audited by you or presented to the Board of County Commissioners on an annual basis is because of that business oversight. You need to make sure that the entity itself isn't perpetuating insolvency, basically, that it is self-sustaining and it can support itself. So again, this is the consulting expertise that they bring to the table is more than just it's more than manpower we would have internally. I can tell you that right now, in the expertise.
Madam Chair, if I may add to that, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I think additionally, my experience with FCS has been that we as staff believe that this should go a certain way, and have an idea that we want to set up a program a certain way. And what I have found often when I sat down with FCS in the past is they said, let me tell you all the things you're not considering. Let me tell you all the other ways the other municipalities are doing this and what you need to consider so that you don't walk off a cliff, make a poor decision, or overlook something that's very relevant and very important. I think the formation of a utility is the time you absolutely want to use an outside consultant. I think as we work with FCS, they will develop a rate model for us that as we need to re-examine rates in the future, we will be able to work with that model to arrive at adjusted rates without their assistance. But I would be very concerned about the county undergoing this process without some consulting insight. Based on our limited expertise, the work that we have done in-house has been related to water and sewer. This organization has never done a stormwater utility. Those are the reasons why I would advocate for utilizing FCS.
I guess I would also say I don't think we have staff that are qualified that aren't already full of their own day-to-day jobs to do. And I would way, way rather spend this much money, because when you compare it to what this fund will bring in, it's a very small amount. And if we take a wrong turn, it's terrible. If we have unintended consequences, terrible. This is money well spent, in my opinion. Any other comments or questions? Is there a motion? Or
is there a way to include in this motion just something that guarantees that we're going to include the public involvement? Or is that built into the contract? I mean, I just looking for some assurance here of how we're going to make sure that happens. Because I didn't hear a clear answer of this is how we include the public. And I just want to make sure that we, I mean, I think I've reiterated, I know you've got the message. I just want to know has it been formal enough that we can move forward and people can trust that we are going to include the public? Is that?
Yeah, Commissioner Phil Whitaker for the record. This is a professional services contract, which is a time and materials contract. It's not a fixed contract, and the scope of work here is sort of an outline that we will work toward. That they'll work towards. That's why I said when it said up to 4 meetings, I think their reference to the BOCC doesn't necessarily mean that we weren't envisioning that as 4 meetings in these chambers. Those 4 meetings could be a combination of public workshops and then the presentations to the board. I'm envisioning that we will have to at least bring to the board, be in front of this board twice in the formal setting here. Once to look at the original, or what we'd say is probably the original or the first pass at the rate and what it looks like, giving this board the opportunity then to weigh in and provide modifications or changes that they would like to see. I mean, that's typically how we've done it with the water studies and the sewer utility rates. So I think at least 2 of those meetings we would say are dedicated to that. The other 2 meetings are really in there for public engagement, for workshops or for the ability to provide that. It's flexible. My experience with FCS is we've never exceeded this budget. These budgetary numbers are always, I would say, conservative on the sense of they sort of capture what they believe are going to be the true costs. We're not looking at lots of change orders. So quite honestly, I think within those budgets and within that time frame, we can fit in additional things as needed based on how the progress goes. So it's really, I think it's just really an operational standpoint, and it's not built into the, I think it's just an operational standpoint. The message is clear that we want public engagement, and I think we can make that happen with FCS as it goes forward. There's nothing in here that says that can't happen.
Commissioner Gardner.
Sorry. As I read this contract under Task 8, Board of County Commissioners meetings, it does indicate that on page 332, the success of a rate study relies on an open and involved process for informing and educating the board and prospective ratepayers on the study process. So that, to me, is taxpayer input. And this process needs to clearly define the cost basis for the fees imposed on customers by linking the financial requirements to costs and services provided. So hopefully, and I agree with you, it's important that we have our taxpayers buy-in on this and understanding of the process. This chamber may not be big enough for that type of a meeting. We may need to go CVIC Hall or even the community center to accommodate at least one of those meetings with the public. I agree.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry if I may just jump in. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. To Commissioner Tarkanian's point about the responsible use of taxpayer funds, not every public meeting that we will have on this topic requires FCS's presence. And so I don't want you to think that locking into 4 meetings is all the meetings that we're going to have. And certainly we will have others without FCS there. In order for this program to be successful moving forward, the public will have to be engaged. And I think we have demonstrated our willingness to engage with them to date, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, so I've been quiet while everybody keeps going the other way, which is fine. But one of the main responsibilities of an elected board is to make decisions and be held accountable for those decisions. So many times, these type of boards bring in these outside firms, and they bring them in because if the results are bad, unpopular, or politically radioactive, they can say, hey, we didn't decide this. This independent board decided this. And that's the concern I have about, and not just this one, this has been about the 6th one that I voted against, probably half, that I think that the commission should be responsible and the people that are, county staff should be responsible to the public for what the outcome is.
I think we will be. Just because they do the inner work and provide us options doesn't mean we're still not responsible. We are responsible. All right, is there a motion?
Okay, Madam Chair. I move for the approval of a $128,600. Let me start over, make sure I get that amount right. $128,316 contract with Financial Consulting Solutions Group, Incorporated, DBA FCS, a Bowman company, as presented and authorized county manager to sign the contract amendments not to exceed 5% of the original contract amount.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Rice, that we approve this contract. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rigger. And Ms. Davidson. Agenda item 11.3 for possible action, discussion on a declaration of deed restrictions by Douglas County confirming its obligation to design and construct sound barrier walls should the Drayton Boulevard right-of-way south of Pleasant View Drive be constructed as a public roadway. The right-of-way lies within the Gardnerville Ranchos Community Plan. We have Andrea Pauling, Deputy Community Development Director here, and A.J. Hames, Deputy District Attorney. Also, I'd like to acknowledge Greg Lynn and Suzanne Taus and appreciate you being with us today and working on this situation over an extended period to try and get it right. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrea Pauling, Deputy Director of Community Development, and I have AJ Hames with the District Attorney's Office next to me. You've already introduced Suzanne Taus and Greg Lynn, so thank you for that. We're going to go over about 6 or 7 slides today. Nothing too high level. I did want to point out that the staff report that has the timeline and the meetings that we've had throughout the year since February are on pages 336 to 340, just for reference. All right. I wanted to let you guys know there was an error that was caught just this week with the declaration of deed restrictions. Just the wrong year was put in there. So I wanted to make sure that I put that on record here today. Under recitals B1, it stated the First Amendment of the Pleasant View Development Agreement recorded on October 17th, 1990, recorded on October 17th, 2000. And, or 1990, sorry, I'm not sure where I'm going with this. Anyway, it was incorrect. So we updated it to on or around October 17th of 2000. And this was added to supplemental on December 2nd. So I just wanted to make sure that was in record so you guys knew that. All right. One thing we get asked sometimes is we need definitions. What is a deed restriction? So I put this in the presentation just for those that do not know. It is a legally binding agreement that limits how a property can be used, built on, or sold, and runs with the land, meaning it stays with the property even after ownership has changed. These restrictions are typically created by a developer, and like in this case, or a homeowners association, and to maintain standards and protect the property within the community. This is the vicinity map where the project is located. You'll see with the red star right here, this is the planned Drayton Boulevard that we are talking about today. And it's located in the Ranchos community plan. You see rain shadow over here, and you get to hear from me next, because you get to hear from me twice today about Pleasant View Development Agreement. All right, so the declaration of deed restrictions that we're proposing today will not impose new financial obligations on the county, as it only records the county's existing obligations pursuant to the various development agreements. We have 3 related to Drayton Boulevard, today. To construct sound barrier walls with the construction of Drayton Boulevard and the right-of-way south of Pleasant View Drive. So what this says, and what the developers of Pleasant View agreed to with staff, is that if Drayton Boulevard is ever to be constructed in the future, that the sound barrier walls will be also constructed on both sides of the road. If the board approves it, if you guys approve this today, the Pleasant View developers have agreed to rescind and terminate the Pleasant View Development Agreement, which was entered into in 1990, so more than 35 years ago. An ordinance terminating the Pleasant View Development Agreement will be presented next by me. I threw this in here because on February 20th, we came to you, Jeremy Hutchings, the county engineer, and myself came to you with a proposed plan for Drayton Boulevard, not to be built out as a roadway, but as this was version 6 that we discussed and that you guys approved, that we would have a multimodal trail here But the most important part is right here is the emergency access that needed to be connected to rain shadow, gated emergency access. So just for conclusion, like I said, this was going to be short, sweet, and to the point. We've really explored all kinds of options and legal solutions and believe that the deed restriction, was just the best course of action. And we've worked with the developers, we've worked with attorneys, district attorney's office. We've had many meetings and conversations, and we feel like this is the best course of action. And then we can also terminate the Pleasant View development agreement and use all the available funds for that to complete the secondary access to rain shadow as soon as possible. Any remaining obligations under the 2 rain shadow development agreements will be addressed at a later date. Those are separate from this conversation today. Any questions? We're available.
Commissioner Rice, do you have questions?
I was trying to find my clicker. It seems to me that we've covered this ground before, but the terminus for the emergency right of way seems to be the most important part of this, and I'm trying to go back through my mental records. I wasn't here when this was, thank goodness, I was not here when this was approved. That was over 10 years ago.
Commissioner Rice, this is just on the sound barrier. After this one is
right. And I think that should this go forward, sound barrier would be appropriate. So I'm okay.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, I'll turn to public comment. Ms. Towes, welcome.
I'm Suzanne Taus. I'm one of the developers of the Pleasant View subdivision. And I think this is a good plan. It's the only one in our very long proceedings of trying to figure something out that actually worked for all of us. So I hope you approve it. And I do want to thank your staff for their very willing and patient work on this, because it was at times quite frustrating. But I'm glad we got here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Yes, I'm a Pleasant View homeowner. I've been in my house for 28 years. I back to Drayton Boulevard. And I thank the county for working
I'm sorry,
with
ma'am.
us
Can
on
you
this.
can you
And-
state your name for the record, please?
Pardon?
Can you state your name, please?
Yes, Jan Bergman.
Thank you for that. I forgot to ask you for that, but go ahead.
So I do support the plan. I just do support the deed restriction, which will protect our properties with a sound wall in the event somewhere down the line that it does become a road. Thank you.
Thank you for being here to share that. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Commissioner Tarkanian.
I'll make a motion to approve the declaration of deed restrictions as presented and direct staff to record the same.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Tarkanian and seconded by Commissioner Tolbert that we approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item 11.4 for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2025-1660 and ordinance adopting the agreement to cancel the development agreement for Pleasant View and repealing the following agreements and ordinances pertaining to the development agreement for Pleasant View. 1, the development agreement for Pleasant View with Drayton Trust, approved March 1, 1990, and recorded as document number 221106. 2, ordinance 2009-28. 3, ordinance 2003 1056, 4, Ordinance 2006-1183, and 5, Ordinance 2014-1422. The projects associated with the development agreement include the Pleasant View subdivision and Drayton Boulevard, which are located east of Rubio Way, south of Centerville Lane, west of Tillman Lane, and north of the former gravel pit owned by Bean Construction Company of Nevada. The projects are within the Gardnerville Ranchos Community Plan. This is first reading. Andrea Pauling, Deputy Community Development Director.
Just me again, Andrea Pauling. So this is just first reading, so just reading it into record per NRS. We'll be back January 8th with a presentation for you.
Thank you. Very good. We'll move on to agenda item 11.5 for possible action. Thank you, Ms. Pauling, for being here. Discussion on the adoption of Ordinance 2025-1655 and ordinance amending Chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code, the Tahoe Vacation Home Rental VHR Ordinance. Affected properties are those within the Tahoe Basin. This is up for second reading. Ernie Strelo, Community Development Program Manager, and AJ Hames, Deputy District Attorney, are here with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Happy birthday. Well, thought we'd do a VHR second reading here on your birthday. I don't have much to present other than what's already in there. There's just a couple clarifications, and my partner here might correct me on some of them, but there was in the packet, there was in the summary, there was an incorrect reference to the ordinance in the regular packet, so we uploaded in the supplemental packet an updated packet that has the correct reference. And then we found a second error earlier this week. We're going to blame this one on Microsoft because we couldn't figure out how it happened. But in both the packet and the supplemental packet, the first reading read under the Code of Conduct. I don't remember what page. I have it might be page 9 and page 34. 13. Anyways, there was like number 3 or number 4 where it talks about marijuana smoke, the one on the Code of Conduct. It omitted the tobacco smoke and marijuana smoke. It listed it in the first reading. The ordinance was listed as tobacco and marijuana, and in the current version on both the supplemental and the regular part of the packet, I don't know what happened. Tobacco isn't listed in there. So what I would ask is that if you do a motion to approve the second reading, is that you mention if you want the smoking put in there, then make that part of your motion and prove it that way. Right?
Thanks. I think that's on page 567 of the agenda packet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, Commissioner Rice, any questions?
Yes. Ernie, we've saddled you with quite a bit over the years when it comes to VHRs. How are you going to enforce an odor ordinance?
Ernie Strelo, for the record, it's an interesting question.
That's why I asked it.
Appreciate that question. Usually if there's something that's something like this that would be difficult, and AJ may have some better answers for me, but the person that complains can sign an attestation when they send in the complaint, and we can send a fine letter based on the attestation. It could be appealed and follow the process.
I would assume a video showing them performing these acts, as we've seen in the past, would be sufficient. And I think that's why Commissioner Rice, this was included. It was because we actually saw firsthand that this was happening, but that there was no enforcement mechanism, or no way we can enforce it because it wasn't part of the ordinance.
I was just thinking that I've testified to a lot of things in court, including smelling the odor of marijuana, but I was wondering how a layperson was going to be able to do this other than maybe by witnessing the actual abuse. So thank you. That that answers some of my questions.
All right. This is for action as a second reading. So I'll ask if there's any public comment on this agenda item.
Dan Ainsworth. Once again, I say that we're in a position now to basically just tweak the ordinance, refine some topics, and hopefully let it sit for a while and just concentrate on enforcement. As I said before, I'm sure Ernie and AJ would like that. I've been following the progression of the ordinance from the very beginning. I was part of the task force that formulated the initial document framework. We've gone through lawsuits and a number of iterations to get to this point, including the recent VHR Advisory Board recommendations, Planning Commission discussions and recommendations, and the BOCC meeting on October 16th, which produced the current version in front of us today. There was significant public comment, including mine, along the way. I'm fine with the process that was conducted and the result we have now. I would like to put some clarity to one topic, which was a little bit controversial. Commissioner Tarkanian, you'll like this. And it has to do with the renter or a qualified designee being present each night of the rental. The previous ordinance draft said renter only. I objected to that and brought up the Glenbrook situation to get things started. In Glenbrook, you have to be in the HOA to have a permit, and you have to be renting to another HOA member. No way should that renter be required to be at the rental. He has a home of his own there. That then generated a lengthy conversation that resulted in the current language that includes or another designated guest who is 25 years or older. Seems to me that's totally logical for any rental situations anywhere. I recommend the board approve this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Ainsworth. Ms. Waller.
Dan, is it okay if I write your name? I wrote it on top of the rank. Oh, I see it. Okay. Ellie Waller, not for this iteration, just in the future as we're going through these things. I've gone to majority of the meetings, always have some input, and I always am looking for a little stricter rulings. I've said that we have one of the better or best in the basin. I've studied the El Dorado, I've studied the Placer, I participated in the Placer ones. When we use the terms may, shall, must, or will, I think when we need to put more teeth in some things like when we say if the renewal application is not submitted within 30 days after the permit's expiration, the owner may be required. If they pass the expiration, they've broken a rule, so I think they must be required, shall be required. And again, I'll continue in the future. I think it was well stated, Mr. Ainsworth, that this thing is going to stand some test of time, hopefully, and that the advisory board will address any things that are necessary and deemed by our project director. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? I see none. Public comment is closed. Board, do you have comments or a motion? Commissioner Gardner.
So I'm pleased that we're here. We've been involved with this process, at least Commissioner Rice and Tarkanian and myself have been involved with this VHR ordinance now for a full 5 years, right? So yeah, I'm glad we've gotten to this point. My observations or concerns about the ordinance have always been on enforceability of the different clauses. I think that there are some iterations of this in this latest one that I am concerned about the enforceability of it. However, we'll see what happens. So anyways, but I'm glad we have gotten to this point, and hopefully we can let this issue rest for a while. Okay.
No.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Come on, Danny.
I'll make the motion. I got to see it.
It's on page 543.
Mine's closed.
Oh.
Somebody else make it then.
And a reminder that the motion on page 543 does not include any specific direction with regard to page 567. The issue there being the first reading said tobacco or marijuana, and the second reading says marijuana only. So please specify which one you want adopted.
I'm going to make a motion to adopt ordinance 2025-1655 as presented, along with adding that we are banning tobacco along with marijuana, because the required findings for a zoning text amendment have been met.
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Tarkanian and seconded by Commissioner Tolbert. And I understand that motion language to indicate we want the reading from the first reading of the ordinance. Close. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Very good. Thank you, both of you, for your work on that. Agenda item 12.1 for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or liaison to, or any other meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Commissioner Tolbert.
All right, I'll hit it off first. I'm pretty quick. We did have a Park and Rec Advisory Board meeting. We were very close to putting forth next fiscal year's recommendations for the capital improvement project spending. And I want to put out there that the Dangberg Home Ranch is providing home ranch for the holidays. It is free. It is December this weekend, 6th and 7th, and next weekend, 13th and 14th. From noon to 5, they're going to have refreshments, live music, and holiday displays. And they're saying bring the family, bring the friends, and enjoy a home ranch for the holidays, Christmas at the Dangberg Home Ranch Historic Park.
Commissioner Rice, do you have anything for this agenda item?
Do not.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner.
The only thing I would like to notice is that we have a tremendous amount of Christmas activities in our community, kicking it off tonight in the town of Gardnerville with the in the Heritage Park, tomorrow night in Minden, and I believe also in Genoa. And Saturday night we have our Parade of Lights, sponsored by the Carson Valley Chamber of Commerce. So we have we're getting greatly into the Christmas spirit. So look to attend one of those.
Yes. I was going to note those, so thank you. And regarding updates on boards and commissions, I'm going to save those next time, because anytime we're after 4 o'clock, I'm going to save those to next time. All right, moving to closing public comment. Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Jason Gibson. I too would like to thank folks Douglas County for the peak production seasonal festivities. It's one of our favorite times of year. Now, on November 20th, here at the Board of County Commissioners, minutes from that meeting are missing in today's agenda, today's packet, and along with that, those missing minutes are the missing exhibits that we placed on the record. That was censored by Mark Jackson through his representative Douglas Ritchie. And that's the third time that he has molested the public record. And on behalf of constituent citizens, we not only demand our personal property be returned, but we will be reporting that as stolen property. It's the same practices of the so-called Justice Law Enforcement Center, Douglas County Sheriffs, Mark Jackson, jail stakeholders, the 9th District Court, State Line Tahoe Court, who knowingly, willingly, and intentionally censor, omit, delete, and molest public records, court records, discovery evidence, body cameras, 911 call center records, and more. Let the record show that Jason Gibson offers proof that JLX stakeholders knowingly, intentionally, and willingly falsify police reports, populating reports with erroneous data, mischaracterizing, misrepresenting, and flat out lying about me and my family. The information is detrimental. The demand for personal property stands. Emolument violations were placed on the record with this board on May 1st. You are funding crime. You are in violation of your oath and your pledge to uphold the state and federal constitutions, to protect the people from enemies, foreign and domestic. These documents here will be on the record to be molested and omitted once again by Douglas Ritchie and the Board of County Commissioners so that you, the people, don't know about it. This is a notice complaint for case number 2023 CRE 00142. Summary analysis on the back shows notice to principal is notice to agent is notice to principal. Basically everything that I've said is documented here. It was signed in September of 2022. They plan on incarcerating me next week on Thursday at Tahoe Justice Court for crimes I didn't commit. I could be in jail for up to a year. If so, please call my partner at 949-533-5867. Her name is Lisa. Thank you.
Is there any other closing? Ms. Waller.
Ellie Waller, I recently submitted a public records request for information on the Tahoe Douglas area plan to assist me in providing comments before the close of the year. The response said due to staffing workload and holidays, it may take until the close of business December 12th. I got an updated email that they were going to try to get that out to me by tomorrow. The public has family and friends and commitments as well. In the light of the county statements, I'm asking that the county extend the December 15th deadline for the TDAP until the first week of January. TRPA honored a similar request by me when a deadline during the holidays for the South Shore area plan was, and extended it so we all could enjoy the holidays. And lastly, I want to be very clear. I am not against the proposed healthcare subdistrict or the hospital project. I just have major concerns about how the process is unfolding, how the public will not get to address this board on some of the very issues based on my opening public comment about the memorandum of understanding. I know coming to Douglas County that it's been difficult. I know we are a county of 50,000. We have lots of things that have to be accomplished as evidenced today, much more important than staffing for Tahoe. But everybody should be treated fairly, just like rates and everything else that we're talking about. I still believe we need some kind of half-dedicated staff that understands the processes and that we can go to. I put an email out yesterday asking for a plenary statement referenced to the Barton sites, and I was directed to ask TRPA. And I would just like in the future to make sure that the Tahoe constituents have equal treatment. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? I will, Chief Deputy Civil District Attorney Doug Ritchie.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Hales. Just for clarity, members of the public are welcome to come and speak during public comment on items that are within the jurisdiction control of the Board of County Commissioners. Similarly, they're welcome to provide what is called supporting material under NRS 241.015, paragraph 8. Supporting material is written material which it's on a matter, it's a matter in which the public body would reasonably rely on in deliberations to take action on a matter contained in a published agenda. Issues regarding, for instance, public arrest records, civil cases, criminal cases, aren't within the jurisdiction control of the Board of County Commissioners, and therefore attempts to supply materials regarding a pending court case or civil litigation is not appropriate to be sent before this body. Pleadings or arguments that would like to be made to the court should be filed with the court clerk. If materials are supplied to the clerk for the Board of County Commissioners that are not supporting material, they will not be kept. They will be returned, or they'll be left wherever they're dropped off. In the past, individuals of the public have tried to give me records as part of a court proceeding. I either return them or drop them or refuse them. But just so the public is aware, if they want to respond to some sort of legal proceeding, they need to do that with the court clerk, not the clerk of the Board of County Commissioners, and to make their arguments to the judge, not to the Board of County Commissioners. I know there's been some misunderstanding about what public comment is about, or how to serve notice to agents and principals. Hopefully that clarifies matters. Again, in the spirit of Christmas, I want to be transparent with people and help inform them if I can. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. With that, we are adjourned.